well. Has that been beeping for a long time? Of course it has. Damn fucking online. You're so annoying. Fucking software developers and their fucking problems. What's your fucking thing you just full blown crashed, huh? Stop this now. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to leave it beeping like this on. It's so annoying. But it's not me, it's some piece of shit software developer. What can I do? You know, failing as usual. There. Sorry about that. Piece of shit software developer is gonna piece of shit software developer. There's nothing we can do. Sorry guys, I know I was victimized by a terrible sound there, but I don't know what else I would have expected by going AFK. I'm sure the software developers had to punish me pretty bad by sound fucking warfare while I was AFK for 10 minutes. I really feel that the software developer needed to do that to you and me. Sorry about that, guys. It's just another example of piece of shit Elonalds taking over the world, shitting up the place, and destroying everything. Is that sound loop going over and over and over again in the fucking background? I'm sorry I subjected you to it, but it is the death of the human race and the sorrow of software developers sacrificing their fucking personal ethics and code to sacrifice and, you know, to torture us and shit like that with their failure. I don't really know why they're like this. All I wanted to do was go AFK, but instead it was sound torture and warfare. Sound torture warfare. I don't really know why software developers are like this. Fuck CCP. Fuck Windows, fuck Microsoft, fuck all these pieces of shit software developers. Sorry. You know, if they didn't harm me so much as they did all the time, I wouldn't really say anything. But they do all the time. They constantly attack me for going AFK and shit like this. Don't know why they're like this. They just are. They steal money from kids. That's just who they are. That's their personality, you know. That's who they are. We don't know why they steal from children. We don't know why. We don't know why they sound warfare torture us. We don't know why they're like this. They just are. But, you know, as long as they can go live and make more money than they spent, you know, whatever. Alright, going back on YouTube. Gonna have a new beer. I'm gonna have some blue corn chips and some hummus. That sounds amazing. Okay, blue corn chips and hummus. Blue corn chips and hummus. Ugh. Core punk my ass. What we know so far. Wait, I hear something attacking me and that doesn't make any sense. Yep, kill this thing. Kill my pretty.
Ken Leakenstein, exclusive. Leak message from Charlie Kirk assassin. If you shooters, politics is not what the government and media say.
Nope.
Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. Thus, Tyler Robinson messaged his friends on Discord, seemingly apologizing for murdering Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry for all of this. I obtained this and other Discord chats I've decided to publish. The legacy news media, as usual, refuses, along with new information I've learned about Robinson from the people who knew him best. I just saw the video. Holy RIP, I guess. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Sad. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a... Wait, what the... Oh, usernames are redacted, because I know what his username is. This is not what his username is. I have his Discord username. This is not it. Anyway, it's not Zealous Monkey 55095. He changed it, okay? Ken changed it for this article. He's saying this is the username? Wait, what the... He has multiple. I have 2 Discord usernames. This is not the one I had. Wait, I'm gonna text him. Hold on. Okay, so Ken has one of the usernames, he says, and it's possible the New York Times is a different one, or all these other outlets have different usernames. Anyway, Hey guys, bad news for y'all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you all for everything. Trump and company portray the alleged Utah shooter as left-wing and liberals portray him as right-wing. The federal conclusion will inevitably be that he was a so-called nihilist violent extremist, NVE. Meanwhile, the crackdown has already begun. As I reported yesterday, the country's practically ready to go to war. It's been so terrible, and seeing it from an inside perspective is so frustrating. A friend of Robinson since middle school told me, the childhood friend who asked not to be named for fear of threats, provided me with the above non-public photo of Robinson on a camping trip, a favorite activity of his, to corroborate their relationship. I think the main thing that's caused so much confusion is that he was always generally apolitical for the most part, the friend told me. That's the big thing. He just never really talked politics, which is why it's so frustrating. The picture that emerges bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, I am told, though quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. The friend group who he interacted with on Discord, far from some kind of militia camp or Antifa bunker it's been portrayed as, represented a range of different political views, but mostly talked video games. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel said in an interview that Robinson subscribed to left-wing ideology, citing his family's remarks to the investigators. But those close to Robinson say there was a lot his family didn't know about him. Their ideas are based on someone they didn't fully understand, the childhood friend told me. Though the family was generally supportive of Robinson, a claim corroborated by his mother's Facebook account, brimming with praise for Tyler, they didn't seem to know about his relationship with a transgender person named Lance, the friend said. When I asked if his family would have been accepting, the friend replied, I don't think even Tyler knew the answer to that question, which is why he kept it so low-key between themselves. Tyler's bisexuality, the friend said, was coupled with an openness on LGBT issues, but his wasn't some cookie-cutter lefty position on every or even most issues, his friends say. Obviously, he's okay with gay and trans people having a right to exist, but also believes in the Second Amendment, the friend said, referring to the right to bear arms, which again, that doesn't mean that this person is not like a leftist either, for the record. These kinds of things don't immediately reveal your position, okay? Just so you understand. The friend described Robinson as a fairly typical of a young man from his age from Utah, someone who loved the outdoors, was a gamer, and into guns. To all of us, he just seemed like a simple guy who liked playing games like Sea of Thieves, Deep Rock Galactic, and Helldivers 2, loved to fish and loved the camp, the friend said. It didn't really seem like that's all he was about. Helldivers 2 into the unjust deep dive, one step closer to finding the DRG dwarves. The phrase inscribed on one of the bullet cases from the shooting, "Hey fascist catch," though widely reported to mean he was a man of the left, is in fact a reference to the Helldivers 2 game. The three arrows, initially believed by federal agents to be a reference to Antifa, is also a reference to the Helldivers. Private Discord messages shared with me by a friend of Robinson's can confirm Robinson wasn't some political martyr. A search of posts where Robinson's containing keywords like Biden and Trump turned up with just one hit each. The Trump post was a passing reference to the 2019 impeachment inquiry. The Biden one came on a day after the 2020 election, where he provided an update to another friend asking about the status of the vote count. An impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed the he's accused of. Who's winning the election? You would know, one of his friends asked Tyler Robinson. Biden is in the lead electoral votes wise, but there are still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as most of the West Coast. Raw votes, Donald is in the lead by a little over 1 million votes. Who is probably going to win? He says, I'm not sure. When will we know? Not until pretty late, but we should have a pretty good idea by the end of the night, unless it's really close or something. He says K. The childhood friend is a member of multiple Discord chats with Robinson. He described the group as trying to grapple with Robinson's motive, just like everyone else. Even the goodbye message he sent in one of our servers where Discord chats were hosted was so hard to believe. We all just thought, what a weird joke to make. Then the news came out and we were all calling each other saying, check the news. He said, yeah, I don't know what makes a person like him decide he's going to drive 260 miles upstate to shoot someone like Charlie Kirk, then come back like nothing happened. It leaves a lot of room for speculation and theories, which is why I think they're so rampant. Part of the confusion he attributes to Tyler's quiet nature. He was a really smart guy, but super hard to read, stone cold poker face, and you could always never be confident assuming anything. When I asked if he opened up to anyone, the friend replied, as far as we knew, he was opened up. What does that even mean? Despite his verbal reticence, Robinson was not a loner, according to his friends. Unlike the stereotypical outcast shooter driven to violence, they're saying he was opened up. Like that's all they knew. They thought they knew him. He was apparently amiable and well liked. Everyone who knew him liked him. Remember when I said, even on a cursory glance of the shooter's profile, he doesn't actually fit the bill, in the same way that Luigi Mangione doesn't fit the bill of stereotypical shooters demonstrating antisocial personality disordered behavior, loners, alienated, isolated from friends and family, sometimes finding themselves deep in the precipice of online radicalization through Discord servers all the way to Telegram and stuff like that. This guy straight up is just as normal as you can be, which by the way, I think this right here, the fact that this shooter is as normal as you can get, and someone who, as a matter of fact, had a bright future, as someone would say, right? That is unique when you look at the rest of these school shooters, mass shooters, people engaging in like any sort of violence like this. And I think that's reflective of the times changing. Like, it's more so, yes, as the shadow says, an indictment on the state of affairs. You got weirdos doing violence. Obviously, there are things that we can legislate to try and limit the amount of ultra violence that we experience on a daily basis. But when you got like a radical, centrist, apolitical guy with a bright future ahead, all of a sudden when they're doing stuff like this, and even with Luigi as well, like people who are well liked, people who have a social life, all of a sudden, when that happens, like, that is interesting. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. A Discord post from another friend posted the day after the shooting reads, while Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I asked that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Yeah, like, if this was like a Antifa Discord server and the way that these guys were presenting it, they'd be like, you. God isn't real. There'd be like 8 people in there yelling about how even you invoking the name of God triggers me because I'm an atheist. And then they would like all yell at the person. And probably they'd be like, we need a new splinter Discord group away from these freaks. You know, I think this is a pattern with white cis shooters lately. Middle class experience hardship, realize it's affecting their marginalized friends most, and not being able to process it. Is the IRL version that just found out about racism that sucks. I mean, there's not really any other evidence of this. This is the first of its kind. I wouldn't even say that that's the same with like Luigi Mangione, because Luigi Mangione obviously was like impacted, harmed by healthcare, the privatization of healthcare. He was impacted personally, and then that is the reason why he allegedly planned the shooting of UHC CEO Brian Thompson. Hey everyone, if you have not seen the news yet, Tyler's post above, it true. He was taken into custody earlier today for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Love you all. God bless. The last message is religious in nature, which just goes to show the apolitical nature of the server. We all have pretty differing views on politics, the friend said, of the Discord post. We all just exist as friends and just play stuff. Cat memes, weather updates, home improvement, and the odd Garfield reference populate Robinson's post. I'm going to eep pretty soon. Very eepy, he said in one post, and intentionally silly misspelling of the word sleep, a common Gen Z convention. He was Bedboge inspector. Another John Arbuckle appears. It says gullible on the ceiling. Cat memes. Screenshot of another Discord chat where Robinson went by the username Bedbudge Inspector. Spring in New Hampshire. Spring in southern Utah. Had to replace a monitor that was on a wall mount. The top 2 mounting points needed to have a standoff, but the person who did the initial install didn't have them, so they just stacked like 8 washers to make a connection. Lol. I know the feeling. The federal government, the Washington crowd, and corporate media based in Washington and New York see the country in wholly partisan terms. Republican versus Democrat, red versus blue, old media versus social media, liberal versus conservative, right versus left, straight versus gay, and on and on. Charlie Kirk's assassination in Utah should remind us of the actual diversity of the nation and of the cost of polarization that demonizes the other side. No one in Robinson's group is cheering or justifying the murder in any of the messages I reviewed. They're just struggling to understand what their friend did. But Washington has become obsessed with the Discord chat, convinced it's some kind of headquarters for the murder and cauldron of radicalization and conspiracy. Today, FBI Director Patel vowed to investigate anyone and everyone in that Discord chat. Yeah, this is also another unfortunate byproduct of having like extremely offline boomers or online boomers that are online in the worst ways possible because their only understanding is like Facebook posts or whatever, trying to investigate this and trying to find why this took place, right? And they obviously are completely unequipped to do so.
They're like, what? We don't know why this guy's a nut. It's just a nut. We want to blame the whole world or the left or the right on being a nut. The guy's a nut, acting out because he's not getting enough attention. The poverty's too bad. His family's struggling too much. He doesn't see much for his future. He doesn't see owning a home or anything like this. And so they lash out. We talked about this. You know, I'm probably going to watch a video tonight that we come back to constantly, which is the Mouse Utopia experiments from Frederick Newson. Which is like when the world is overpopulated, all the little juvenile males And this is true of the mouse colony, and it's true of humans too. When the world is overpopulated or the mouse colony is overpopulated, the young males begin to see a lack of attention, a lack of a future, a lack of hope, and starvation, and listlessness, and masturbation, and just, even homosexuality, stuff like this. And oh, no, that was bad. What was this? Oh yeah. And it goes on, and eventually the young juvenile males that like act out and they lash out and they kill the broad, which is like the young kids, young little field mice or whatever, or which is what school shootings are, or they kill an elder. They engage in kikimora, where they don't do anything but take care of their fur and their hands, and they sit and watch everything and they don't do anything. And all this other crazy shit. Like, they look good and they're like well-groomed mice, but they don't do anything. They just sit there and watch the colony all day. And they don't act or hunt or do anything, and they just end up starving to death in the overpopulated colony. And the first real warning sign that the death of the whole colony is coming, and that's the scary part about the mouse utopia experiments, is that the sign that the death of the whole mouse colony is coming due to some kind of disease, or usually it's a disease, or some kind of problem, or overpopulation, or starvation, or that kind of thing. There's nothing left, nothing to eat except other mice. That all sort of happens. And that's why this kid shot Charlie Kirk. I doubt he knew Charlie Kirk. It's kind of, they made a metaphor about this in the Joker movie when he kills Robert De Niro, the talk show host Murray. Like, what the fuck did Murray have to do with Jack Napier or whatever?
Insane. I cannot comprehend it. Like, unless he was living a double life as like some kind of political radical, like the act that he took, the act that he engaged in is so radical that when you look at his Discord profile, it gives me whiplash. Like, this is the most like normal guy that did such an abnormal thing. What I see is a bunch of young people shocked, horrified, and searching for answers like the rest of the country. Yeah, remember what I talked about with like spontaneous murder? Like,
yeah, just fuck shit up.
Took place on the subway against the Ukrainian refugee. Like, that's a really terrifying thing for a lot of people, because like it's truly utterly senseless. It doesn't have any sort of like logical reasoning behind it. Like, there's no logical through line, right? This is not a justification of that, obviously, but there's no logical through line to the actions of the killer in that situation.
And I hate it.
Terrifies people.
People with no logic. That's what's so stupid about this worthless, random piece of shit killer. Just like all random piece of shit fucking mass killers, is they don't have an ideology. They just want you to freak out. The whole point is fear and angst and loathing. And I that's the whole point of it. And I hate them. I fucking hate them. The whole random of it is, I'm going to act out and I'm going to show you that no one's sacred, nobody's safe, nothing, no convention can't be like broached or whatever. It's insane. It's terrible behavior.
Because it's truly and utterly unpredictable, and therefore there's not even any sort of like there's no security standard that you can apply in that circumstance. And this kind of feels like that, in the way that, like, if there was at least some sort of like logical through line here with respect to this person's actions, like, or his radicalization, there's at least something you can point to about how he arrived at this position. But there is nothing, it seems, at least from what we have seen from his profile, that indicates that. If you want the new messages in writing, they show it at page 8 on the indictment. Yeah, we'll take a look at the indictment. Obviously, this is what we wanted to see. Notices bulge ovo, that's the letters on this casings. The roommate. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to police. I suspect that, this is the girlfriend who is trans. That's the reason why they're saying a biological male. This is also another one of those problems with like not correctly classifying things for political purposes that make it a little bit confusing. So you have to like read between the lines, I assume. What's the evidence this person is trans? Other people have stated this. Like they looked through the person's Reddit profile. Like they were in a lot of DIY HRT subreddits, things of that nature. Before the roommate segment, they talked about how his family confronted him. Yeah. Look, here. Robinson's mother stated the following to the police. On September 11th, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was home. He was at home sick, and that he had also been at home sick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her father. The suspected shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members. So, like, one thing you have to understand is, like, put yourself in the mindset of, like, a Mormon mom in Utah. From their perspective, like, Tyler Robinson became woke, okay? All of a sudden. They think, like, he got radicalized into being woke, which is, again, a fairly normal position to be like, yeah, I don't, you know, I think it's fine. I'm pro-gay and pro-trans rights. Like, it doesn't matter to me. It's not that big of a deal.
Nope.
Like, the reason why that's being presented as woke is because
it is to
right
Nazis
want to make the most normal position that one can have, which is to not just like have unlimited hatred in your heart for trans and gay people. They want to present that as like a woke position. It's not a woke position. It's just like a normal position. Of course, for a Mormon MAGA family, probably not. How is having sex with a trans girl not woke? I mean, it's like asking me, how is having sex with a black girl not woke? Okay? Depending on which family you're talking about, they could consider that to be woke, okay? That's my point. Do you not understand? Also, there are mad chasers that are right-wing as well. Alex Jones is a fucking chaser. Nick Fuentes is a chaser. What are we talking about? There's hella right-wing people that are chasers too. So it doesn't even like give you a consistent ideological profile in that regard. Also, this is Gen Z. Mad Gen Z is gay, bisexual, pansexual, whatever the okay? So from that standard, even the most right-wing motherfuckers on the Gen Z side are woke, okay? But they're not. Nick isn't a chaser, he's just gay. Sorry, I f***ed it up. He's not a chaser. He just into cat boys and went on a date with a cat boy because he's gay. Now it's woke to f*** a woman. We may now f*** men. Exactly. It's woke, dude. It's woke. Ew, dude, you're gonna f*** a pussy? Gross. You're gonna, what, be around a woman? That is woke, dog. Real men. Man, that's gay as hell to have sex with a woman. Yuck. Gross. Be a real man. Men only. Anyway, where were we? She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. Now, this doesn't make a lot of sense because, like, it seems like Tyler Robinson was also sheltering their family from this information. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle the police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. However, Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson, and Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there's too much evil and the guy Charlie Kirk spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family who was a retired.
Yep, it's too much hate. It's too much right-wing hatred. It's Nazi bullshit. It's true. He's right. Maybe he is a leftist then.
Our deputy sheriff, at Robinson's father's request, the family friend.
All right, you convinced me. He's a leftist. He must be a leftist.
Met with Robinson and his parents, and
he was a leftist.
Convinced Robinson to turn himself in. The family friend spoke to police and reported telling Robinson that it would be best if he brought all the evidence with him to the sheriff's office to avoid police having to search his parents' home. The family friend also asked Robinson if he had any clothes that were related to what he did. Robinson replied that he had disposed of the clothes in different areas. So then we get into the roommate.
Then they search all the houses anyways.
Is that the roommate is trans, right?
Which, they're just like, give us any evidence you'll give us for free.
All of the assessments made by
which is
other
a smart
people
question
about the roommate's Reddit profile, which was definitely the profile of someone who was in the process of engaging in gender confirmation, transitioning, right? You know, DIY HRT, subreddits, things of that nature, from what I understand, according to Liv Agar's assessment. So then we get to the roommate. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male, a trans woman, who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to the police. On September 10th, 2025, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you are doing, look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm gonna take it." Police found a photograph of this note. Oh, that's how they found the note. So that's not even a manifesto. After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right? I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a while, a little longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my...
Yep, some hate can't be negotiated out. Yep, he's right. Okay, I'll accept that he's a leftist. He is talking like a leftist. Yeah, some hate cannot be negotiated. I get it. That's not talking like a leftist. It's just that they're like, yeah, at that point, that guy's crossed the line. It's somebody who's had too much. Somebody who's, had too much. Ugh.
My rifle on scene, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they've moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chase it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the will I explain it losing it to my old man?
At this point, they're like conspiring how to hide this murder of Charlie Kirk from his parents, from the cops, and all this. And he has now made this person complicit in harboring a fugitive and all this shit. He has made her complicit.
Thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices Bulju Vu on Fox News,
do you remember how I was engraving bullets? Is such a weird, like, Jesus Christ. Like, I want to quote that in a song, but they'll say that I'm crazy, But do you remember how I was engraving bullets? Is such a crazy fucking statement from a crazy person. You know what I can do? I can put quotes around it. Do you remember how I was engraving bullets? Is so fucking crazy. It's so crazy. I'm going to remember that one. That's a fucked up sentence. A writer remembers this sort of thing. I want to put quotes around it. Hey, someone else is here. Jesus Christ. Do you remember how I was engraving bullets is one of the crazier sentences I've ever heard in my life. I don't like it.
A stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Robinson, delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried about you, says the roommate. Don't talk to the media.
Yeah, I would care more about him than Charlie Kirk, too.
If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. Bro assassinated Charlie Kirk, but was still scared of what his dad has to say. I mean, exactly. That gives you a little bit of the mindset of this person who, like, that in and of itself kind of feels like this dude is not this radical Antifa super soldier type.
No,
you know
he's just
what I mean?
some sick
He didn't
dude.
think it all the way through in a way. Dude, he has no OPSEC whatsoever. All of this obviously is like zero OPSEC. Not only that, but he planned it in a week, which sounds insane. Like in 1 week, he was like, oh, Charlie Kirk's coming to my neighborhood. That That's terrifying. Low key. Not even low key. That is high key terrifying that like someone could just like find out that a public speaker who is a political commentator is coming to your neighborhood, and it takes 1 week for them to basically decide, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna plan it out and basically almost get away with it too. Like, it's crazy. I guess it was also understandable that he was afraid of his dad, because the reality of the matter is the gun, if he had actually gotten the gun, he could have probably told his dad like, oh no, I have the gun right here. You know what I mean? So considering that his family turned him in, he wasn't wrong to be worried about that part. It wasn't even his neighborhood. It was like 200 plus miles away. I know. But like their state. From my perspective, I will say this much. I do a lot of events. I'm outside all the time. I'm around other people all the time. I'm in public all the time. I go to chaotic situations. I go to rallies and the only time where I feel a sense of danger is when I'm in like red states. The only time I've had like any interactions while doing like IRL streams, for example, have been in red states, whether it be Nevada or whether it be Texas, even in blue areas in red states, right? Because of that reason, people do drive hundreds of miles to do like. Witness tampering pertains to Robinson's statement to his roommate, telling the roommate, if any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. I don't know if that's technically witness tampering. Deleting the text message exchange is witness tampering. But saying stay silent and you know, call a lawyer, that's not witness. Is that witness tampering? The deletion of the text message, like the demands for deletion of the text message,
it's aiding and abetting a fugitive.
When you look at the charges and you look at all the evidence that has been presented thus far, I don't know how the right-wingers are going to operate here, but like the trans person is like low-key a hero in this story, like one of the good people in this story, even from the right-wing assessment, right? So that hasn't stopped people from obviously saying like this is Trantifa. So he wasn't a groiper. I told you, I don't think that it was too early to make an assessment. I mean, you could still be like a lover with a trans person and be groiper, but like there isn't enough here to suggest that he's a groiper. That's why I told you, like, it's important to make honest assessments no matter what, even if there's a prevailing narrative. And I think for a lot of people, it won't even matter. I think for a lot of people, they will go along with, depending on their partisan framework here, depending on what they were predisposed to believe. Look, as I said, Tyler Robinson Kirk's alleged shooter came from a Mormon family, both law enforcement and military, but I'm not so certain if he himself was right-wing. A lot of memes posted on casings are ironic or of the left variety, different than previous far-right shooters. It's too soon to tell, but this is very important to understand as well. We're talking about like the groiper angle. Feel like you don't do this unless you're in some right-wing nihilistic brain-rotted spaces. Yeah, I saw that as well. He was talking about like the Gopnik posting. I don't know how to weigh that over the Chow Bella though. Like that could be Gopnik posting, which is across the political spectrum. Need more info. Groipers usually hail previous shooters and have way more aggressive slogans they use to signal. Are you saying that a normal guy just did it? That's terrifying. Yeah, no, that yes.
Yeah, a normal guy did it.
A normal guy that did
not
it.
Normal,
okay,
it's
he's not even a normal guy.
He's not that normal, but he's not a political activist.
It's good stock in the way that conservatives would say. This person comes from a close family, has relationships with people, is not alienated, is not isolated, has not demonstrated antisocial personality disorders, okay? Is in constant contact with other people. 4.0 GPA, Mormon family, okay? That is the reason why a lot of right-wingers, when they saw that background, immediately went, oh, this doesn't fit the profile of like anything that we've seen. Oppressive conservative family plus gun culture plus nihilistic on the value of life. It feels like it's like a situation where like you shoot a high profile conservative public speaker because you're bored. You know what I mean? I don't even think he did it for the memes necessarily. I understand why all of the law enforcement, regardless of their biases, regardless of the fact that they're trying to present this as like a clear-cut indication, a clear-cut instance of like Antifa-style radicalized violence or anything. But like when you look at the background, the evidence that we have so far of the shooter's background, it does make sense as to why one could look at that and say he is like quote unquote woke or of the lib left variety. And the reason why I say that is because depending on how biased you are, depending on how right wing you are, depending on like from the perspective of a Utah Mormon family, yes, like if you have a trans roommate that you're romantically involved in, that's the most woke you can be. There's the most woke person on the planet from their perspective.
Pretty much, yep. That's true. Kind of crazy. Okay, so I think centrists shoot people like Charlie Kirk. I think ultra left-wing liberals would never ever buy a gun. Ever. Violence is unacceptable to a true left-wing liberal. I don't know how else to say it. You don't cross that line. You don't go, oh, I'm going to go act out like all the other crazy shooters and become the right wing or anything like that. That's not a fucking option to you. Do you understand? That's the whole fucking point of being Gandhi peacenik. Is that you don't equivocate. You don't ever harm something. Like these days, I take spiders outside still, rather than killing them, like bugs and spiders and stuff. I don't kill spiders and shit like this because I believe that why can't God crush me or whatever? Why can't the planet Earth crush me with an earthquake or some kind of volcano? So I don't want to invite that energy. So I don't kill spiders even. And that's a true leftist that's like believes that all life is sacred and that and just a gun might enter their hand in like a shooting range or some such, but the gun entering their hand in anger, no. And I think there is a test here between true leftist liberal and somebody willing to shoot somebody, and I think this man failed that test, and I don't think he's a liberal. Now he might be trans, but I don't think he was a liberal. And that sounds weird because to them, those can't be true. That can't be true at the same time. But I mean, to me, it can.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. There is once again a lot we have to talk about today, starting with this. The fallout from Charlie Kirk's killing has turned into a crazy political firestorm with potential dire consequences. You've got Trump and his AG now threatening a free speech crackdown. The FBI director's under fire for bungling updates with senators today, grilling him, and even MAGA allies are lobbing him.
Yeah, I listened to a whole bunch of Kash Patel get his butt reamed by Congress today, and it's actually very funny. When I was watering the garden and going on my 5-mile walk today, yep, I watched Kash Patel get his butt torn. It's right in my history. Like I can go to the history right now. Like I watched Kash Patel get his fucking butt reamed by fucking Congress for like an hour today. Like watch Senator Hirano questions FBI Director Patel's leadership and staffing decisions. Senator Blumenthal pushes FBI Director Patel on access to Epstein case files because he backed Trump and he didn't release them. Kash Patel and Senator Adam Schiff spar over FBI firings and Epstein files, and Senator Schmidt questions FBI Director Patel in hearing on his leadership. And like, yeah, this shit's all fucked up. So I want to watch this whole thing. I want to watch a bunch of these, but will you let me? I don't want you to go to that. I want you to... Yeah, I guess you can't, huh? I wish I could, like, watch these. I'm going to watch these, yeah, but we'll watch this first.
Accusations about billionaires and backroom threats. Where I'll start is with FBI Director Kash Patel, because he faced questions from the Senate today, including about the investigation into Charlie Kirk's death. And
I feel like my country is about to fall apart, and it wasn't Charlie Kirk, but this may have been the trigger. Franz Ferdinand was like, okay, like, let's ask the AI. Let's go to ChatGPT. I don't remember much about Franz Ferdinand and the start of World War I. Can you enlighten me? I don't remember much about Franz Ferdinand and World War I and what caused it. Can you enlighten me? Do a very quick, brief idiot's guide. Here's the idiot's guide to World War I and Franz Ferdinand, boiled down super quick. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, was assassinated in Sarajevo in June 1914. Now, he was an archduke, and the killer was Gavrilo Princip, a young Serbian nationalist who wanted Bosnia free from Austria-Hungary. Why it exploded? Think of it like dominoes with alliances, right? Austria-Hungary blamed Serbia and declared war. Russia backed Serbia. Germany backed Austria-Hungary. France backed Russia. Germany invaded Belgium to get to France. Britain defended Belgium and joined the war. Boom, World War I. The bigger picture, assassination equals spark, but the fuel was cause, nationalism, imperialism, militarism, and alliances, right? And I swear to God, I think if you're a smart American leadership in the modern age, and this is going to sound pro-trans, and I think it should sound pro-trans, if you wish to be at peace with the rest of humanity, you must treat trans people with respect and kindness. Same is true of women, gay people, people of color, all that stuff, right? So, but those are the alliances that I'm talking about. I want alliances with as a leftist. I want alliances with women, people of color, foreigners, Mexicans, everybody. It doesn't matter who it is. These people, they want alliances so they can go kill more people. Franz Ferdinand was shot, right? Austria got mad. Alliances trigger, and that led to World War. Real cause was decades of tension, nationalism, and military buildup waiting for an excuse. Thank you so much. This was an excellent answer that brings emotion to my voice with how very particular and very fast and very concise it was. It answered all my questions, and I want to say thank you before I ask my next bit. When you say decades of tension, how many decades and when did it start? When you... Oh, stop. Lost connection. Okay, so... You mentioned decades of tension and nationalism and military buildup. Can you expound on that a bit? Absolutely. Let's zoom out for the Idiot's Guide to the Decades of Tension Before World War I. Nationalism, right? Germany and Italy have recently unified. France still bitter over losing the Alsace-Lorraine to Germany. Alsace-Lorraine to Germany in 1871. Slavic peoples like Serbs, Croats, and Bosnians wanted independence from Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire. Basically, too many groups wanting to prove themselves or break free. Imperialism, the land grab game. Britain and France had huge colonial empires. Germany wanted more colonies. Scramble for Africa, tensions in Asia, everyone competing. Militarism, all the powers built up massive armies. Germany built a huge modern navy to challenge Britain, which is what I'm scared about. We've been building armies and guns and nukes and bombs and drones and stuff since, 1945. It's been, we've expounded some of this stuff on Vietnam, and as Americans, we've spent some of this stuff on Vietnam and Kosovo and Afghanistan and the Gulf War, but not very much. We've been stockpiling for like 75 years, and we're looking for some place. I have a side question here. The way you talk, it's almost as if all of these countries stockpile their war materials for like 75 years and have nothing to expend those resources on. So then eventually it all boils to a head. And because of nationalism and stuff like that, they all just want to pull the trigger on all of these weapons and war resources that they've stockpiled? Question mark. I have a side question here. The way you talk is almost as if all these countries stockpile their war materials for like 75 years and have nothing to expend those resources on. So then eventually it all boils to a head, and because of nationalism and stuff like that, they all just want to pull the trigger on all these weapons and war resources that they've stockpiled. Yes, you're right, on the right track. It wasn't literally 75 years of untouched stockpiles, but the mindset you're describing is spot on. By 1914, Europe was like a pressure cooker. Decades of arms races. That the great powers had huge armies ready, polished, and drilled. Politicians in general start to believe if war comes, we must strike first before the other side uses their stockpiles against us. So it's like, squeeze first or get squeezed. So when France So when Franz Ferdinand was killed, leaders didn't just think, can we avoid war? They thought, we're ready, maybe even overdue. Let's settle this now while our advantage lasts. And nationalism poured fuel on it because the public often wanted a war to prove their nation's strength. Crowds in 1914 cheered the declarations of war, thinking it would be short, glorious, and cleansing. Okay, let's ask an interesting question here, right? I want to go out of voice mode. No, I want to dictate. Go up. I would like to query you as ChatGPT. Do you think America could survive World War III? Have we not expended all of our resources on Vietnam, Afghanistan, COVID, and the war on the poor? Question mark. That's a really thoughtful and heavy question. Let me approach it carefully in the same idiot's guide style clarity we've been working with. Could America survive World War III? Physically, the U.S. still has enormous military strength, nuclear deterrence, and resources. Survival depends on what kind of World War III: nuclear exchange, regional conventional war, or global cyber economic conflict. Economically and socially, survival wouldn't just mean existing, but whether society holds together. Modern wars are much about information, infrastructure, and supply chains as bullets. The resource exhaustion idea. You're right. Wars like Vietnam, Afghanistan, a crisis like COVID drained money, morale, and trust. But the U.S. economy is huge compared to those eras. Still the world's largest. The war on the challenge is less about resources existing and more about how they're distributed and whether the public would accept the sacrifices. The war on the poor angle. This matters. If a society is already unequal, war stress can magnify that. Poorer citizens bear more of the cost. Internal divisions could be just as dangerous to survival as external enemies. Idiots TLDR. Could America physically survive World War III? Yes, but survival is equal to and or thriving. The bigger risk is not running out of bombs, but running out of unity, trust, and willpower. Okay, so you mentioned unity, trust, and willpower in America. What can I do as a small viewership streamer to improve unity, trust, and willpower in my fellow Americans? I don't see a possibility of that. I think they want their troublous war between the leftists and the rightists. Is there anything we can do? That's a powerful and very honest question. Let me frame it in the same simple, practical idiot's guide style, because the big words, unity, trust, and willpower, only matter if they can be made real in everyday life. What you can't do, and that's okay, you can't fix America by yourself. Yes, I can. You can't stop the tribalism of millions of people overnight. Yes, I can. You can't force unity, it has to be grown. Model respect, build a third space, practice empathy out loud, celebrate shared values. Yeah, I think I've done pretty well. You were very pointed about what I can't do, like I can't fix America, or I can't stop the tribalism, or I can't force unity. What makes you say that? Cite your sources and your evidence. We've had many luminaries such as Martin Luther King Jr. or Mahatma Gandhi or John Lennon who have managed to change things in my estimation. Do you disagree? It's okay if you do. I just wonder if you do. scale. America is 330 million people. No individual, especially without an organized movement, can instantly fix polarization on that scale. He did mobilize millions. He didn't single-handedly free India, but he was the rallying figure for a massive nonviolent movement. He didn't stop wars, but his music gave voice to anti-war sentiment, inspired protest culture, and shaped generations. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't stop wars, no. Okay, thank you. I am embarrassed by your honesty, and I do agree with you. Thank you. This has been an excellent exchange. No, it's okay. I would like to share mine instead because I'm a selfish human being and I can overwrite what you desire. Everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it won't. It's not the end. No, I'm happy with it as I am with you. Have a wonderful day.
Hey guys, early this morning, September 16th, 2025, my mom died. I'm not really sure what to do now, what to do about this channel, what direction to take my life in. All I ever really wanted out of life was for my mom to be proud of me. I made this channel because I wanted my mom to know that despite any hole I got stuck in, despite any dead end I found, I would always find a way to dig myself back out. And just when this channel was starting to take off, she died. And now I don't know if I want to continue doing this, or what I'm even supposed to be doing with my life. That's the long and short of it. Maybe I'll just never post again. Or maybe I'll come back because, there's a lot of people, there's an overwhelming amount of people online that are retarded. And they leave retarded comments in my comment section. And one of my mom's favorite things of all time was pissing people off and putting on a show, being very extra. And maybe I want to embody that, and I want to carry her spirit. And
Church, testify.
To be online as a personality that pisses other people off. I don't know, but right now I feel pretty fucking bad. We fought so hard to keep her alive, to get her better, but in the end, it wasn't the cancer that won. It was the American healthcare system, and you don't hate the American healthcare system enough, because this whole thing was entirely preventable if her doctors would have just did things in a timely manner. But doctors don't actually give a shit about their patients. They're just a number on a clipboard. there's just a paycheck at the end of the day for them. And I hate doctors so much, it's unreal. But,
Yeah, me too.
For now,
But I love doctors, and I think they help us, and I've got no issue with them.
if I come back, I don't know when I'm coming back. I've got a lot of stuff to figure out. I'm definitely going to close the Patreon because, you know, the whole point was I wanted to show my mom that I could make money being entertaining no matter what, whether that was through 3D modeling or through posting on social media and having a YouTube channel. And now none of that fucking matters because she's gone. So as soon as I figure out how to refund people, I've not grabbed any of the funds from the Patreon except for like one time. So there's just a bunch of money sitting in there that I don't know what to do with. I don't need it for funeral expenses or anything. My mom didn't want a funeral because
And he has faced a ton of criticism for how the FBI handled this, especially regarding his social media posts as the search for the suspect was still ongoing. We had him posting that a subject was in custody before then having to walk that back and saying that the subject was released, and many just thinking that it made the FBI look disorganized and that he was sharing information prematurely. But what we saw today is that he opened his remarks by defending the investigation, arguing that the timeline from the shooting to the FBI releasing photos of the suspect to having him in custody was swift, and adding,
It's important that this FBI is transparent as possible without jeopardizing investigations. But I do want to thank the American people especially. The mission of the FBI is for them and with them and by, with, and through them. And it's that mission and that ethos that I brought to this investigation and so many others, and that's why that suspect is in custody. We cannot do our job without the American public.
But with that, you had a number of senators making it clear they did not like how he handled it, with, for example, Senator Dick Durbin saying,
Director Patel again sparked mass confusion by incorrectly claiming on social media that the shooter was in custody, which he then had to walk back with another social media post. Mr. Patel was so anxious to take credit for finding Mr. Kirk's assassin that he violated
It's true.
the basics of effective law enforcement.
And
Critical stages
decency.
of an investigation. Shut up and let the professionals do their job.
Now, with that, you also had others instead asking Patel for more information about the investigation and the alleged shooter. Right in there, you saw things like Patel telling Senator Josh Hawley that the FBI is looking at a Discord chat that he allegedly participated in.
And we're also going to be investigating anyone and everyone involved in that Discord chat.
Okay, very good. I see the public reports that the Discord thread had as many as 20 additional users.
It's a lot more than that. We're running them all down.
Though also, before we move forward, something that Patel is getting a lot of heat for that's not connected to the shooting is what he said here in regards to questioning around Epstein.
You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one
For the information that we have
in the files.
in the case file.
But then, going back to the core story here, right, regarding the suspect, Tyler Robinson, he was just charged with aggravated murder, and prosecutors said that they'd be seeking the death penalty here. Also, we're saying that he's facing counts of obstruction of justice and witness tampering, with officials accusing him of asking his roommate to delete texts that might implicate him. And right now, you have reports saying it's unclear if Robinson has an attorney to speak on his behalf. Also, as far as what else is in the filing, there are some standout things like texts he allegedly sent to his roommate following the shooting, where he appears to confess to the crime, allegedly saying of Kirk, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out." But then also regarding the engravings, right, the messages on the bullets, he said they were all pretty much a big meme. Allegedly texting, "Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh on Fox News, I might have a stroke." But then also, with this news, there are a lot of updates that aren't tied to the investigation itself, but rather the conversations around it. Because we've been seeing major debates playing out around free speech and whether or not people can be punished for criticizing or mocking Kirk following his death. You know, with that, yesterday we talked about a group called the Charlie Kirk Data Foundation that was flagging thousands of people that they claim celebrated his killing, and some people have even gotten fired for their remarks. And now one of the most high-profile firings was Washington Post columnist Karen Attiah, who announced the paper dismissed her yesterday. And on her Substack, she pointed to a handful of posts that she made in wake of the Kirk shooting, as well as the school shooting that happened in Colorado on the same day. Posts like, "I wish I had hope for gun control and that I could believe political violence has no place in this country, but we live in a country that accepts white children being massacred by gun violence, not just accepts, but worships violence," as well well as for everyone saying political violence has no place in this country, remember 2 Democratic legislators were shot in Minnesota just this year and America shrugged and moved on. You also had some posts seeming to reference Charlie, including one that said, part of what keeps America so violent is the insistence that people perform care, empty goodness, and absolution for white men who espouse hatred and violence. Right, and then in the one that used his name directly, there was a reference to him previously saying that, quote, black women do not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slut. So there, whether it makes it better or not, you had people saying that it's worth noting that he was speaking about some black women, specifically not all black women. Right, and then with all that, you had Tia claiming that the Washington Post found those posts unacceptable and claimed they endangered the safety of her colleagues, and adding, quote, charges without evidence, which I reject completely as false. They rushed to fire me without even a conversation, claiming disparagement on race. And so while you've had some rejoicing that she was fired, you've also seen the Post facing tons of criticism for the fire. But also, this is a conversation and a situation that has extended past workplaces. And you're seeing articles like the New York Times posting this morning how the government is trying to silence Charlie Kirk's critics, with it noting that the Trump administration has long been painting the left as dangerous, and now, quote, Trump officials say Kirk's killing may provide the framework they need to punish liberal groups. Noting that one strategy is for agencies to try to...
You can go on all you want for the next 100 years, you brain dead, low IQ, piece of shit, reptard, criminal, cocksucking fucking grifters. You can go on all you want. But hippies aren't violent like you, piece of shit. You can go on and say it. You can try and trick all the tablet brain rot generation people. And they're gonna believe you because they're fucking stupid. But I'm not stupid like you. I know the difference between hippies and Donald Trump. One's Hitler, one isn't. You can go on and say, oh, it's the hippies that are trying to fucking kill everybody with high-power rifles. It's the hippies that do all the school shootings. It's the hippies and the leftists and the peaceniks and the communists, right? Yeah. Yeah, all the bell tower sniper people, all those Columbine people, all that Century 16 and shit. Yeah, they were all leftists, huh? Yeah, this is all leftists. All the major school shootings were all leftists, right? Dylan and Klebold were totally leftists, weren't they? And it's weird because it's like, you just want your tribalist war to continue on, but I'm sorry, you can go on for the rest of all time. Try to tell me that hippies caused all these wars and killed all these people. Yeah, I'm not going to believe it. That's like saying that water causes fire. It's sort of, it's when you know that fire causes fire. We didn't start the fire. Water didn't start this fire. Water didn't start this fire. You can go on and tell me how hot water is or how much steam is rising from the water. But no, water is just the counteraction and the balance to the right-wing fire or whatever it is. You can go on and tell us how angry we are or whatever, as you crack poor trans people with your weird ideology and get them to shoot Charlie Kirk or whatever. But it doesn't really matter. I still know deep down inside my heart that hippies are peaceful and piece of shit right-wingers cause wars. Am I wrong? Consult your feelings. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. How many hippies do you know kill people? How many people with guns kill people? Oh, I don't know. Who likes guns? Is it leftists or rightists? Do people with guns kill people or do leftists kill people?
For organizations funding violence against conservatives or drawing links between episodes of violence and nonprofits. You also had Secretary of State Marco Rubio telling reporters today that the department is denying visas to those who celebrated Kirk's death. But one of the things that's gotten the most attention...
I wanted to speak about this today, and I figured how shitty and cromulent and fucking crapulent this point is, but... I didn't kill the guy. I can make fun of him for dying. I didn't kill him. I got nothing to do with it. I can absolutely make fun of Hitler being dead. I can absolutely do that. I'm not talking about Charlie Kirk. I'm talking about Hitler, bitch. Because this is how a good debater or master debater beats piece of shit cocksucker brain dead right wingers, right? Is this like, yeah, you seem to think that that it should be impossible for me to dislike, or it should be impossible for me to exult in the death of my enemy. But I didn't kill him. So in the same way that it's like I exult in the death of Hitler, yeah. I exalt in the death of Charlie Kirk because, yeah, I didn't kill him. I don't like him. Fuck him and his weird right-wing ilk. Fuck them. Most of the problems I faced in my entire goddamn life, and I faced real problems. Unlike even this kid who shot him, I faced real problems from the right that I've got scars from and shit like this. I faced real problems, you understand? And like I've got friends who have children who were raped by them and shit like this. I've got problems that were caused by the right. Real problems, you understand? And so, like, yeah, I don't give a flying fuck about what you say about how bad form it is to make fun of somebody who died or whatever. I can exult in the death of some motherfucker I didn't kill all I want. You're just a piece of shit right-winger trying to control everything and everyone like the piece of shit dead-ass fascist you absolutely are. As usual, you're trying to control my thought. You're trying to thought police my fucking freedom of thought, which is that, yes, I exult in the death of Hitler. I do. I exult in the death of Hitler. I don't care about Charlie Kirk. He was a know-nothing from America. I'm talking about fucking, like, I exult in the death of Hitler. There's nothing you can do to ever take that away from me. I exult in it. I enjoy it. I think about it all the time. That bunker, you know, and that bitter cold end to the piece of shit right-wing fascist that tried to kill the Jews and the country and the world. I exult in the death of these pieces of shit all the time. Not Charlie Kirk or anything, no. I exult in the death of Hitler. I dance in it. I think about it all the time. I'm like, oh, good. Springtime for Hitler, you worthless piece of shit. And there's nothing you could ever say with your worthless right-wing thought police and your fucking press and your fucking media or whatever that's ever going to make me feel bad about hating hating Hitler. Hating Hitler.
You had Attorney General Pam Bondi facing a ton
Just
of
Hitler, just
backlash
Hitler.
for comments that she made about hate speech in the wake of Kirk's death. Or because she said the following on Katie Miller's podcast during a conversation about Kirk.
See, this is that thing, and I'm going out of my way, but see, no, I do exult in the death of Hitler. There's nothing you fascists can fucking take away from me, and, like, you know, you can't take that away from me. I exult in the death of Chairman Mao. I exult in the death of Pol Pot. I exult in the death of, I don't know how many John Ills we've had. I just, you know, like, I think about all those fascists and, you know, fucking V.I. Lenin and shit like this. I exult in the death of these piece of shit right-wing cocksucker fascists, and there's nothing else you could say to make me think differently. I don't care if it's lowbrow or whatever the fuck. I didn't kill them. I didn't tell them to go be racist to black people or Mexicans or anything like Donald Trump or anything like this. I didn't tell them to go tell women to go get in the kitchen like Charlie Kirk or anything like this. I just say, oh, that's the way you're going to go. You know, you understand that you're surrounded by women and foreigners, right? You seem to talk a lot of shit for somebody who lives in America, who's surrounded by women and foreigners. You talk a lot of shit, you fucking worthless piece of shit, dead cocksucker. Oh! And yeah, I do want this brought up later. Hey, guys, don't take it out of context. I want this brought up later. I can exult in the death of motherfucking Hitler if I want, thought police. Suck my liberal ass! Yeah! I can exult in the death of Hitler's if I want. I can. It's like, I didn't kill him. I didn't tell him to go kill the Jews or try to get women in the kitchen again or any of that stupid ass shit that Charlie Kirk did. I didn't tell him to do those things. I didn't kill him either. So yeah, you think that mankind can't be selfish? You want to shame and clutch your pearls and shave your finger down to your fellow human beings who don't give a living shit if Charlie fucking Hitler Kirk fucking died or not. And I'm terribly sorry, but yes, I have no shame. I don't care. Oh, another Hitler died tonight. Whoa. I bang out my brain to Jesus Christ. Why? Oh, Lord, Father, don't let it bury me. Whoa. Another Hitler lost his life tonight. Whoa. I banged out his brain to Jesus Christ. Why? Oh, Father, don't let these Christo-fascists win. No.
Speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech.
Yeah, there's ugly speech. There's ugly idiot reptards who kill the world like Charlie Kirk. And then there's us.
There's gross speech. There's evil speech.
You think that we like you. We don't like you. We know exactly who the fuck you are, Satan. Go on with your horns. We all know what the right wing is.
And all of it is protected by the First Amendment.
With your hate speech and your blah, 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 you can't talk shit about a dead man or blah, blah. Fuck you. I exalt in the death of Hitler. I do. I exalt in the death of Hitler. I don't know why you can't. It's because you actually like him. You actually like Charlie Hitler Kirk. I'm sorry. You actually like Adolf Hitler, which is why it's not okay for me to exalt in his death in your weird, shitty right-wing book. But I can. I can exalt in the death of fucking Hitler. I absolutely can. It's called freedom of fucking speech and thought. It, you know, we've had it for a long time. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go get my cat. I hope no right-wingers get shot in the meantime. They do tend to be talking a lot of shit we don't know. Trifling motherfuckers in the hood need to respect the motherfucking speed laws. Jokers be gassing too much. You know what I'm saying? Act like a bitch, get treated like a bitch. Oh! Oh no, the thought police doesn't want me to mourn the, laugh at the death of Hitler. Sorry, too soon. Sorry. Oh no, the thought police guys, they don't want me talking shit about Hitler after he's dead. The thought police, they really don't want me talking shit about Hitler after he's dead. We can't have that. No. Mm-mm. Good kitty, I love you, thank you, good kitty. Okay, we're gonna feed you food in 3 hours. I'm gonna make you wait, kitty. I'm terribly sorry. I know that's a big deal to you, but I don't care. You will wait till 11 o'clock as you normally do. Aww. Another SS loses life tonight. Whoa. I banged out his brain to Nazi Christ. Why? Oh Lord, please don't let these Christo-fascists bury me. Whoa.
Free. Now, with all that, you had Bondi later going on Twitter trying to clarify or pivot, writing hate speech that crosses the line into threats of violence is not.
No, it's not threats of violence. I didn't do anything to this guy. I don't know who he was until the day he died. I had no idea who this guy was until the day he died, but then he got.
Protected by the First Amendment. Think it's a crime.
Don't be a Hitler. Don't be a Hitler. Don't be a Hitler, and you won't get shot like Hitler or whatever. Don't be a Hitler, and you won't get shot at like Hitler. It's a simple thing.
For far too long.
Don't be a Hitler, you won't be shot at like Hitler. It's a simple thing, and it's not me shooting at you. I don't believe in guns. Anybody shooting at you is one of your friends. Oh, it hurts too, but it is true. Anybody shooting at the right wing isn't the left. Oh, I hate to say it. I know you can't really grasp what I'm saying, but anybody shooting a gun at the right isn't the left. Do you get what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm going to repeat it for all the little Eichmann retards in my fucking channel. Here we go. Say it again. Anybody shooting at the right wing isn't the left wing. Boom! Knocked it out of the fucking park. Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Watch the radical left normalize threats, call for assassinations, and cheer on political violence. That era
No,
is
no,
over.
I'm not cheering on. No, I fuck the guy who shot him. I hope they fry him. Fuck him, like Luigi. No, I don't want it like this. Fuck these assholes. But I mean, I don't cry when Hitler dies. Sorry, I know you want to thought police that with your killing of freedom of speech and all this shit that you do as the right wing. But no, I'm sorry. I'm gonna exalt in the death of Hitler. In my own freedom of my own mind, I'm gonna exalt in the death of Hitler. I know that's your daddy, and you really don't like me talking shit about your daddy or Charlie Kirk or anything like this. I don't care. To me, they're all the same right-wing cocksucker Hitlers, and I don't fucking care about their feelings. Suck my dick, right-wing Hitlers.
We will never be silenced, not for our families, not for our freedoms, and never for Charlie. His legacy will not be erased by fear or intimidation. But based off of what we've seen and what we're even seeing Trump say to...
Why does your wife sound like Ursula? Couldn't your death be enough, but you had to have an Ursula wife? Sorry for the Disney adult jokes. I just know how many Disney adults there are. Did your right-wing wife really need to be an Ursula? Come on, man. We really don't have... We got too many Ursulas on the right wing, you know? That lady from, what's the French one about The Little Mermaid, right? Yeah, The Little Mermaid, right? Yeah, like the bad lady from the... Like every woman in the right wing is like Ursula from The Little Mermaid. Did we really need another Ursula in this terrible right-wing Hitler death? I mean, I don't know. I'm terribly sorry. We don't need another Ursula in this Disney story. We don't.
Day, it does not appear that this is about like...
Oh man, it's another fucking... What was Nixon's wife name? Was it Lady Bird or something? No, like what was Nixon's wife? Oh yeah, no, I'm thinking of Nancy Reagan. I want to wear a pair of dark sunglasses. I want to be... God damn it. I want to be Jacqueline Onassis. I want to wear a pair of dark sunglasses. I want to be Jackie. Oh, please don't die.
After terror cells and calls for assassination. This is what Trump said today when asked about Pam Bondi talking about hate speech.
And what do you think Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech?
Blah, 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 blah. Fake news, tribalism, fake news, hoax. Fake news, tribalism, and hoax. Hot noise coming from a Hitler. Must mute it. Terrible, dangerous hot noise coming from a Hitler. Threat averted, children. Threat averted.
Under this guise of hate speech. And just really quick, separate from the news, this
hate speech. Notice the hate speech moment from the fucking newscaster as I unmute. They're like, hate speech, don't listen to him. As I mute him. It's like the television is playing games with me. I'm playing games with the television. I'm quite serious.
My opinion, I think it is very much a bullshit argument where people are trying to go, oh, I can't believe Pam Bondi saying this. She is in her position and she is allowed the leeway she is allowed. And you even have the president connecting to wanting to go after his critics.
My God, I care so much more about what Philip DeFranco thinks than Donald Trump. Sorry, just true.
It's connected to Trump here. There's no legitimate criticize Bondi without criticizing Trump when he's thumbs upping what she's talking about and he allows her the leeway. Like, I get why they do that, because when you
they've got thumbs up each other's butts, yeah.
Criticize the king, you get
they've got too many thumbs in those plums.
When you criticize the general who is
thumbs in the plums,
the king's telling them to do, it's a different thing for some reason. But to just speak plainly, it feels like
the king told you to bend over, serf.
Coward move to just once again go after Bondi and not also criticize Trump here. That said, putting on my newsboy cap again, the last bit that I need to touch on here are remarks that got a ton of traction on social media last night. Right? Because you had Candace Owens, who is a conservative.
Don't care.
Figure, also a longtime friend of
Nazi Hitler, blah blah blah. Hot shower.
Charlie Kirk.
Coming out of a black woman, blah blah blah. Hot shower.
Claiming that Kirk's views were shifting on Israel, and billionaire Bill Ackman pressured him to visit the country, that Netanyahu even personally reached out to him, and that Kirk was even offered a ton of money to stay in.
How much facial surgery have you had?
Line with Owens and finally alleging threats were made.
much facial surgery have you had? How many supplements did you grift? How much facial surgery did you buy?
Convention with Hackman in the Hamptons just a few weeks before he was killed. With it,
How many supplements did you grift like Alex Jones? How many fucking facial surgeries did you buy to stave off your master's darkness, like showing through your visage?
when denying any wrongdoing.
The darkness of worshipping the Dark Master has twisted my face like Fable 1.
Writing on X.
And I can't hide it, so I have lots of Charlie Kirk surgery and lots of,
time have I ever threatened Charlie Kirk, Turning Point, or anyone associated with him. I have never blackmailed
sometimes my cloaking device fails in public. Meh.
anyone, let alone Charlie Kirk. I have never offered Charlie or Turning Point any money in an attempt to influence Charlie's opinion on anything. But then with that, he said that he had hosted what he called sessions in which conservative influencers were invited to the Hamptons.
God, I love making fun of the right wing. It's so easy. It's like I gotta kind of. It's like an addiction now. I have to like kind of. It's kind of dumb. It's like watching Adam Sandler movies. You know you're gonna laugh at the idiot or whatever, but you kind of wonder like, am I the idiot? I must be the idiot somehow. I keep laughing at the idiot as they fucking like I don't know, like righty hatred their way through life.
About a range of topics, including but not limited to.
But I mean, I've got to be the idiot to even care about it. I don't know. I'm not sure I should care about this anymore. Me making fun of it to this degree is an indication of how little I care about these fucking figureheads and their joke lives anymore. And there's a word for you, joke lives. But I mean, they have joke lives. They're worried about Twitter response to their joke lives. I couldn't give a flying fuck about anything that you care about.
Approach to foreign policy in Israel, right? Depending on where
foreign policy in Israel. I'm sorry, I live in America.
Where you're looking in MAGA world, there appears to be a divide here. For now, that is where we are.
More power to Israel and the Jews. Got no issue with them. I hope they reach whatever they need to reach. But this is America, motherfucker. I don't give a flying fuck about anything but America. And I know I talk like a right-winger, but see, the difference is I actually believe it. The minute the right-winger gets in power, they immediately start talking about Israel, Putin, and India. And it's weird because, you know, you guys do actually play the game with them all the time and you make this crooked shit a fucking reality. I don't give a flying fuck about Russia. I don't give a flying fuck about Trump. I don't give a flying fuck about Putin. I don't give a flying fuck about Israel or Palestine or Russia, Ukraine or anything like this. None of those things are America. You lost your way and you've fallen corrupt to foreign businessmen and investors and such, and you've lost your way, and I need you to come back home and do rehab and stop having sex with children. You weird, shitty Donald Trump.
And there's a number of things we're gonna have to keep an eye on here because
there's a lot of child sex charges towards Republicans right now. There's a lot of things we got to keep our eye on right now.
There's a lot of ways that all of this could go. And of course, you know, in the meantime, yes, this is a news show, but it's also a conversation. I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below, your opinions, reactions, what you even think comes next. But then next up, in other news, you should know that the state terrorism charges against Luigi Mangione, they've been dropped. Because this morning, you had the Manhattan judge who's overseeing the case ruling that the evidence presented was legally insufficient to support
because they stole it all. Yeah, we're going to get a mistrial in the Luigi case because all of the right-wingers in the case, they stole evidence.
A first and second degree murder
to try and crucify this lefty, and he's gonna skate. And you think I'm fucking kidding? I'm boiling it down to you exactly what the fuck happened. We're gonna see a mistrial because the shithead right-wingers who wanted to crucify this guy got so zealous that they stole evidence and lied about evidence, and he's gonna skate. He's gonna fucking skate. And when he does, it's gonna tear this country apart because everybody's gonna know how much of a joke the people who run our country are. Fuck the people who run our country, both sides.
New York's terrorism statute, right? Because in the initial charges against Mangione, the Manhattan District Attorney argued that the terrorism charge was actually warranted because the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was designed to create a spectacle. And you had the DA.
You stole his evidence. You fucked around. You broke chain of evidence. You fucked over the court. You screwed over the judge. You screwed over his career. You probably screwed over a bunch of people's career. You set Luigi free, the most slam dunk case in all of mankind's history. And it shows that we shouldn't trust you to fill a glass of water. You couldn't fill a glass of water, much less slam dunk this case against Luigi, who left you with engraved bullets. But you don't have it. Even with the engraved bullets, you don't have it because you're a right-winger who got greedy and abused evidence and lied about court cases and lied about elections and shit. And you steal and grift your way through everything. And we catch you doing it all the fucking time. Luigi's gonna step in. When he does, you're gonna want war. You can have your war. You're the right wing. We know what you want. You're going to have your war. We all know what you want. You'll have your war. You think that I'm resisting you. No, I'll never fight you, bitch. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. I will never raid you. I will never fight you. You're just going to have your war where you rape and fucking murder everybody else on the fucking planet who isn't rich and white. I know exactly what the fuck it is. It's the systematic objectification of everybody who isn't rich and white. And the war is coming, yeah. And you're going to have your war. I'm not so stupid as to stand in your fucking way. I mean, I'll stand in your way, but I'm not going to stop you from having what we all know you love more than the dick in your fucking mouth, which is war.
Describing the shooting as a frightening, well-planned, targeted murder that was intended to cause shock and attention and intimidation. But now we're seeing in the ruling today, the judge noted that New York's terrorism statute requires prosecutors to prove that the person charged attempted to intimidate a civilian population or influence government policy or conduct. And the judge argued the prosecutors just failed to show...
No, this is a special case that needed new laws, but you guys don't do anything except fuck poor people. So maybe we need new laws, but you would never write those new laws or change anything or law journals or discussions about this or quorums or anything. You just tell us that you don't know, you know.
Either of those
things. The new laws need to be drafted here after Luigi, but you guys don't do anything except fuck poor people. So what do you mean new laws? There will be no laws. You're just rich white people who fuck everybody who isn't rich and white. So I mean, there'll be no new laws for Luigi or anything like that. That implies that you'll get down from out of our fucking ass as you try to fuck us to death to do something else rather than fucking us to death. That's not going to happen.
So now that those charges have been dropped, Mangione will no longer face the possibility of life in prison without parole. But
Luigi's gonna step because the right wingers on the case who saw red, like they were like, the bull, he's the leftist bull. If I grab him by the horns, I might topple the party or something like this, right? And so all the right wingers who went after him, they stole evidence and they fucking poisoned the case. And there's gonna be a mistrial. And when this leftist walks for capping a fucking right wing corpo, ooh, this country's not gonna do so good. Not so good. Not so good. Mostly because of the right wing.
He still faces separate second-degree murder charges and other related counts in New York. And another key thing is that the ruling today, it just centers around the state-level charges that were filed against him in New York. Mangione is still facing charges in federal court, including murder through the use of a firearm and stalking, and the Justice Department has said that it's going to seek the death penalty. But then, in a one-minute break that helps keep the show free for you, let me say, cooking, it takes 45 minutes, eating takes 10, and the cleaning, it takes forever. And, I don't hate food, I hate the math. But today's sponsor, Huel Black Edition,
if you charge for this show, I won't pay.
Doesn't wreck my kitchen or my mood. One scoop, shake it up, done. Meal handled. And it's not just food.
This is television.
40 grams
television
of protein,
is
27
free.
Essential vitamins and minerals, plant-based, gluten-free, and the whole responsible adult package. Flavor-wise, coffee caramel, salted caramel. I think banana is the best one. That's my bias. It kind of feels like basically if Ben and Jerry's were dietitians, this is what they'd invent. And it's filling, it keeps my energy up, and it costs less than $3 a meal. It's cheaper than the bad decision I'd make at the drive-thru. And Huel just dropped their new Daily Greens ready to drink. Sparkling, refreshing, apple, blueberry, and peach, packed with 42 vitamins, minerals, and superfoods, only 25 calories. Just crack it open and flex on your inner I forgot to eat a vegetable today self. So, hey, if you want to eat smart, save time, and maybe trick your friends into thinking you've got it all together, get Huel's Black Edition, their new greens product, and more for 50% off your first order. Just scan the QR code or go to Huel.com/Phil and use code Phil with a $75 plus minimum. Your first order, it comes with a free t-shirt and shaker, which feels way more legit than just shaking powder in a cup. But then, jumping back into the news, Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. That's what you've had rights groups saying, leading scholars on the subject saying, and now an independent inquiry commissioned by the UN saying. And that is Israel.
Hey, the right wing is killing more people, yes.
Is yet again ramping up its assaults on Gaza, with an Israeli official also saying that they had transitioned into the next phase, or the main phase of the plan for Gaza City. And that plan, it appears to be total destruction. I mean, you've got Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz saying in a post on X, Gaza is burning. We will not relent and we will not go back until the mission is complete. Right? What we're seeing, it's not surprising. The Israeli cabinet actually approved the plan to take control of Gaza City back in August. And over the past month, while also still launching airstrikes and putting some troops on the ground, Israel has been telling the city's roughly 1 million people to leave and head south to a designated humanitarian zone along the coast. Though a very key thing is that the situation there is as dire as anywhere else. It's overcrowded, there's poor sanitation, and there's a severe shortage of food. In fact, you've got some people who fled Gaza City into these so-called humanitarian zones, finding the conditions so desperate that they turned around and started to head back towards Gaza City in the direction of the falling bombs. Right, though with that, Israel has also attacked designated safe zones dozens of times. But in any case, people in Gaza City, they've also recently reported an even bigger uptick in what's been described as a heavy bombardment, including a campaign targeting several high-rise residential buildings. We're seeing reports where you have someone saying last night was one of the most terrifying nights, and adding the explosions never stopped. Airstrikes, artillery fire, drones, helicopters, they came from every direction. It felt like the whole city was under fire. And the belief among many is that this air assault, it's a deliberate effort by the Israeli military to intimidate civilians into leaving and clear a path for the troops. However, you've also got the IDF as well as Prime Minister Netanyahu claiming without evidence that Hamas uses high rises for its operations, right? And seemingly believing that's sufficient excuse to kill or displace everyone else living in that building. And with that, you also have them claiming that this is about rescuing the remaining hostages, right? Because there are 48 still being held in Gaza and at least 20 are believed to be alive. But also a big thing is you have many Israelis, including defense officials, worried that the Israeli assault's going to actually endanger the lives of hostages. And then as far as where the United States is, there's been no pushback, at least public. Instead, what you saw was Israel actually announcing that the ground offensive had begun only hours after Secretary of State Marco Rubio had left the country, and then he declined to say whether the U.S. supported the ground offensive, just saying it's their war. Right? And so then also with that, you have some saying that his visit, which involved visiting contentious historical sites, was really aimed at supporting Israel's claims to East Jerusalem. Though officially, it was also there to get answers about the Israeli airstrike last week targeting Hamas negotiators in Qatar, which is a U.S. ally and a country that's acted as a key intermediary in ceasefire and hostage release talks between the two sides, which was a strike that Trump criticized, but also he did nothing about. And with that, you had Rubio just kind of brushing it off, saying, quote, obviously, we're not happy about it. The president was not happy about it. Now we need to move forward and figure out what comes next. But with that, you also had him suggesting that a diplomatic solution just might not be possible, and claiming that while the U.S. is still trying to get a peace deal done, Hamas is, quote, a terrorist group, a barbaric group, whose stated mission is the destruction of the Jewish state, so we're not counting on that happening. But still, he went to meet Qatari officials right afterward to offer reassurance and make progress on a defense deal. But then a State Department spokesperson saying that Rubio reiterated America's strong support for the country's security and sovereignty and discussed our shared commitment to a safer, more stable region. So speaking of a safe, stable region, I mean, besides Gaza and besides Qatar, in just the past few days and weeks, Israel's also attacked Yemen, Syria, and Lebanon, as well as been accused of sending drones against another aid flotilla with Greta Thunberg on board in Tunisia. And then also, as far as the specifics and this accusation of genocide, in this specific case, it's being made by the UN Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory. That was set up by the UN Human Rights Council back in 2021 to investigate the root cause of conflict in Gaza and in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. And in a report since then, the commission found that Israel committed war crimes and crimes against humanity, but they stopped short of declaring genocide. But again, that's until now, at the head of the commission now saying the responsibility for these atrocity crimes lies with Israeli authorities at the highest echelons who have orchestrated a genocidal campaign for almost 2 years now with a specific intent to destroy the Palestinian group in Gaza. And with that, you have words from the guy who led the IDF for the first 17 months of the war not helping out Israel's case. Right? Because while speaking to residents of the community that fought off Hamas attackers 2 years ago, he said that more than 200,000 Palestinians, more than 10% of Gaza's pre-war population, have been killed or injured since the war began. And that number is notable because it's roughly on par with the figures that were provided by Gaza's health ministry, which Israeli officials have frequently dismissed as Hamas propaganda. But those figures have also been called reliable by international humanitarian agencies. And similarly, while Israel's claimed that as many as half of those killed have been Hamas militants, the country's own military intelligence, it reportedly has data indicating that as of May, more than 80% of the dead have been civilians. But also, with that, I should know, right, the military commander, he wasn't saying this because he felt bad about it. You actually had him suggesting
as usual,
all of this happened
as
sooner,
right-wingers
that
kill
this isn't
everybody,
a war.
the
We
public
put the gloves off in the
dies.
first minute, sadly not earlier. And then, well, he claimed that the IDF operates according to international humanitarian law. He also reportedly said that legal advice had never affected his or his immediate subordinates' military decisions. By saying not once has anyone restricted me, and he also reportedly suggested that the main purpose of Israel's military lawyers was convincing the rest of the world of the legality of the IDF's actions. But ultimately, that's where we are here, and we're gonna have to wait to see what happens next. But then next up, in the news, we've got to talk about how Donald Trump is now suing what he calls one of the worst and most degenerate newspapers in the history of our country, the New York Times, as well as 4 of its reporters in Penguin Random House, and he's actually seeking no less than $15 billion of compensatory damages and unspecified punitive damages
billion?
on top of that. Right? You've got Trump accusing all of them of defamation and libel, claiming that they sought to target.
They're all gonna sue each other to death before they fucking fuck us to death. It's weird. I can't stand rich people or the right wing. I can't stand these people.
His reputation, sink his campaign, and prejudice judges and juries against him. With this, you have some reports saying that the 85-page suit reads at times like a pro-Trump op-ed with page after page of gushing praise for the president and repeated references to other lawsuits he's filed against other media outlets. So you see things like it declaring, for example, that all across our country, Americans from a wide array of backgrounds saw the truth about him and voted accordingly, the same truth that the New York Times refused to recognize. And as evidence of the paper's defamatory comments, the suit points to 3 articles in one book titled Lucky Loser: How Donald Trump Squandered His Father's Fortune and Created the Illusion of Success. Right? All of which he claims were carefully crafted with actual malice, calculated to inflict maximum damage upon President Trump, and all published during the height of a presidential election. The lawsuit claiming the reporters knew their work was filled with repugnant distortions and fabrications, but they published them anyways because they could not accept President Trump's win in 2016 and could not fathom his winning again by a landslide. And so instead, the lawsuit claims they started with a desired narrative, then falsified, distorted, and manipulated facts, while otherwise accurate information was and remains available. Right? In the suit, it disputes a number of specific claims, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but the bulk of the criticism, it's aimed at the narrative that Trump achieved his success essentially through family inheritance, fraud, and a series of lucky breaks. But the lawsuit counters that Trump actually earned his money and fame through a mix of unique charisma, business savvy, and just sheer brilliance, and that the reporters knew or should have known this truth. Also, while it's not included as evidence, the suit targets the Times' editorial board's endorsement of Kamala Harris and calling it deranged. All of which is why the suit concludes, today, the Times is a full-throated mouthpiece for the Democrat Party. The newspaper's editorial routine is one of industrial-scale defamation and libel against political opponents. As such, the Times has become a leading and unapologetic purveyor of falsehoods against President Trump. Now, apparently in October, Trump's lawyers, they sent the Times and Penguin Random House, which published the Lucky Loser book, cease and desist letters, and now, thanks to the lawsuit, we can actually see their responses. So you've got the Times' newsroom lawyer apparently writing, little needs to be said about the rest of your letter, which is principally a litany of personal complaints about the New York Times and its reporters, punctuated with falsehoods and premised on the deeply troubling notion that anyone who dares to report unfavorable facts about a presidential candidate is engaged in sabotage as opposed to, say, contributing to the free exchange of information and ideas that makes our democracy possible. Right? And then Penguin Random House, they simply responded, the fact that the authors of the book do not share your favorable view of your client's career does not provide the foundation for a defamation claim. And by and large, what you're seeing is that legal experts are agreeing with that, because not only does Trump have to prove that the statements made about him are false, he has to prove actual malice, meaning that the defendants knew that the statements were false or acted with reckless disregard for their truth. As many have noted, publishing an op-ed, reporting claims made by sources, and endorsing a candidate are all clearly First Amendment protected activities. But of course, Trump disagrees, and in fact, he put forth his case in a Truth Social post, which just buckle up, read, I view it as the single largest illegal campaign contribution ever. Their endorsement of Kamala Harris was actually put dead center on the front page of the New York Times, something heretofore unheard of. The quote, Times is engaged in a decades-long method of lying about your favorite president, me, my family, business, the America First movement, MAGA, and our nation as a whole. I am proud to hold this once respected, quote, rag responsible, as we are doing with the fake news networks such as our successful litigation against George Slopadopoulos. It's like George Slopadopoulos, ABC, Disney, and 60 Minutes, CBS, Paramount, who knew that they were falsely smearing me through a highly sophisticated system of document and visual alteration.
Highly sophisticated system of talking shit about the biggest idiot on the planet.
The New York Times has been allowed to freely lie, smear, and defame me for far too long, and that stops now. Right? Also, notably with this is not the first time that he has sued the Times for defamation. The first was back in 2020 for an op-ed arguing that there was a quid pro quo between the Trump campaign and Russia.
They might be right. They might be right. They might be able to get them for defamation. It's the same. The news is way too fucking catty. Way too
something important here is that even more recently, Trump has threatened to sue the Times, including last week for its reporting on the Epstein birthday letter, and in June for its reporting on the bombing of Iran. But ultimately, as far as where the New York Times stands on this, after the lawsuit, you had the paper standing tall, writing in a statement, the New York Times will not be deterred by intimidation tactics. We will continue to pursue the facts without fear or favor and stand up for journalists' First Amendment rights right to ask questions on behalf of the American people. But ultimately, we're going to have to wait to see how this plays out, especially because it is very important to see who is kind of acquiescing when the Trump administration is cracking down or threatening, and who is deciding to stand firm and actually stand up for what they believe. Especially as you have many legal experts saying that a number of the claims have no merit and it's really just a harassment campaign. And then I've got even more news for you in just a minute, but first let me say, my buddy downloaded today's sponsor, Rocket Money, and found out he's still paying for his ex's streaming service. Which I'm gonna say, nothing like funding your ex's late night binges when trying to move on. Rocket Money is like the financial detective that lives in your pocket. It's the personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They show all your expenses in one place, and they help cancel the ones you don't want with just a few taps, which is the second feature my buddy used. No guilt, no 20 minutes. Are you sure you want to cancel? Nightmares. Plus, Rocket Money builds custom budgets based on how you actually spend, not how you pretend to spend. So savings goals, it'll help stash money aside at the right time each month. And they'll even go and negotiate your bills so you don't have to. Also, you get alerts if bills spike, if you're close to overspending, or even when you're doing awesome. And all of this is Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. So hey, cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Just go to rocketmoney.com/PDS today. That's rocketmoney.com/PDS, rocketmoney.com/PDS. But then next up, in the news today, we should talk about how
Do not go to rocketmoney.com.
whitewashing American history. Right?
Do not go there.
Many saying is national parks are pulling down information about slavery, and Pete Hegseth is trying to restore the names honoring Confederate leaders to military bases. And I'll start with the national park because you're seeing reports now that multiple national parks across the country are removing signs and exhibits related to slavery. And you've got anonymous sources, because they haven't been okayed yet to talk to the media about this, saying that these removals are meant to align with an executive order signed by Trump earlier this year. Because back in March, you had Trump signing that order titled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History. And while, a big part of that, it focused on the Smithsonian specifically, which, we talked about numerous times over the past couple of months, Trump also directed the Interior Department to make sure that all public monuments, statues, memorials, etc. do not, quote, inappropriately disparage Americans past or living. And immediately, you had officials ordering agency employees to report anything. I'm talking signs or even stuff in the gift shop that might be out of compliance. And with that, you had a spokesperson defending the department's review, saying interpretive materials that disproportionately emphasize negative aspects of U.S. history or historical figures without acknowledging broader context or national progress can unintentionally distort understanding rather than enrich it. Well, now, some of what we're seeing regarding recent removals include those happening at Harper's Ferry National Historic Park in West Virginia. Right, and that is where abolitionist John Brown led a raid seeking to arm slaves for a revolt. And according to documents that were reviewed by the Washington Post, Harper's Ferry staff flagged more than 30 signs that highlight information potentially in violation of Trump's policy. And these things included racial discrimination and the hostility of white people towards people who were formerly enslaved. And you've got these sources saying that now that a Park Service official marked those signs as out of compliance, staff at Harper's Ferry are expected to cover up or remove those signs entirely. Right, and that's also as Philadelphia's Independence National Historical Park, where the Declaration of Independence was signed, was called out in Trump's order specifically for corrosive ideology. Because this park includes the president's house site, where George Washington served as president and where he also kept slaves. And according to reports, staff had been informed that some of the information included in the president's house site does not comply with Trump's order. And that it's been met with some pushback, including from the Independence National Historical Park's former superintendent of 15 years, who said that trying to remove slavery from the president's house exhibit would fundamentally change the nature of the site. Though possibly the most talked about order for removal is centered on Scourged Back, which is a photo that was taken back in 1863 of a formerly enslaved man with his back to the camera displaying the scars that he received before escaping slavery. The man in the photo was likely named Peter Gordon, and according to historians, his picture was widely shared at the time that it was taken. It's said that northern audiences were shocked at the horrors experienced by slaves demonstrated just in this one picture. You have scholars saying that the bodies of enslaved people like Peter Gordon revealed to them realities they had never seen with their own eyes before, and in many cases, it altered their political opinions about the need to defeat the Confederacy and preserve the Union. And then actually, this perfectly ties into the next thing. Congress right now is trying to push back against Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's attempts to restore names honoring Confederate leaders to military bases. Because if you don't remember, back in 2020, there was this initiative following the murder of George Floyd that resulted in name changes for 9 Army posts originally named after Confederate leaders. What you saw is that they ended up being redesignated to honor women, minorities, and other generals. And actually, during his first term, Trump vetoed the annual defense policy bill because of the renaming effort. With Trump saying at the time, "I've been clear in my opposition to politically motivated attempts like this to wash away history," though Congress, in a shocking display of bipartisanship, overrode the veto, and the base names were changed over the next couple of years by congressional commission. But now you flash forward to 2025, Trump's back in office, and he has Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense or Secretary of War, or whatever the hell they want to call it. Super cool dude, king of big tough man land. But the main thing is that since then, the Pentagon under Hegseth has restored the original names of these army outposts, but they changed the namesake. So for example, Fort Bragg, which was named after Confederate General Braxton Bragg, it's actually now named after Private First Class Roland Bragg, a World War II paratrooper honored with the Silver Star. And with this, you might remember Hegseth actually faced questioning about the move to restore the original names when he testified before the Senate earlier this year. Right? You saw things like Senator Tim Kaine from Virginia, for example, asking why the new namesakes, some of whom were in the room at the time, weren't worthy of having their names on an army post, to which Hegseth replied, "This is about restoring all bases to their original names because we're not about erasing history." Now, you're seeing Congress inching towards another bipartisan agreement to undo the undo and restore the changed names from post-2020, at least in part, because you have the National Defense Authorization Act passing the House last week, and in it, there's a measure that, if passed by the Senate, will block Hegseth's name reversal efforts entirely. And then actually, in the Senate, there's a defense policy bill that hasn't been voted on yet, but it includes a measure that would block Hegseth from renaming 3 bases in Virginia. And that is, there are also reportedly senators from Georgia looking to include army posts in their state as well. Now, that bill, it could be voted on later this week, or, it could skip the vote entirely, and the 2 chambers could begin working on a compromise version that'll lead to a vote later this year. This is something to keep an eye on, because this is kind of a rare moment of bipartisanship that we're really not seeing at this time. And well, it brings us to the end of this video. You've got even more just a click away, because you've got my newest podcast right here for you, one with Preston Stewart and the newest one with Maryland Governor Wes Moore. I've even got links in the description for you for Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, and wherever else you prefer to get filled in. But whatever you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
I can't believe it's been over 4 years now since I first took a look at Together B&B, an incredibly bizarre and perpetually unfinished title made by Taiwanese devs Aurora Games. I first took a look at it in 2021 and then again in 2022 when they added in a bunch more features. But then, like some kind of eldritch god laying dormant in the cosmic realm, there's been absolutely nothing happening with this thing for the last 3 years, apart from some sporadic announcements over upcoming content.
Thanks for everything.
That is until about a month or so ago when they finally brought out a new update, adding in a whole
Why
bunch
is there
of
a
features and new
gun?
storylines.
Why is there a gun?
An update which seems
Why is there a sniper rifle?
completely...
Are you gonna shoot him? Yeah, you are gonna shoot him. Why did you put a gun in this game, you idiot? It's clear this game is not for guns.
Broken the game in almost every single possible way to the extent that it's almost impressive.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And I still really struggle to describe the whole Together B&B experience to begin with. It's like a visual novel played from a first-person perspective primarily, but then you've also got dating sim elements. It's also a cooking sim, a hunting sim, with a giant sandbox mode you can explore with a bunch of different vehicles.
Why?
It's got comedy, action, drama, romance, and even suspense, including elements of psychological and body horror.
If anybody will ever play it, it might be amazing.
And it's also something I struggle to put into words as to why I find the whole thing so appealing.
Yeah, it's just a real developer, somebody actually who likes
at the best of times.
Video games, yeah. I like developers who actually are developers, yeah.
I've lost count of the amount of times I just randomly fell through the map, and even as something as simple as the first-person view mode when driving a dirt bike doesn't work
This
properly.
game kind of feels like that a little bit. Nope.
Sizable chunk of views and subscribers from the couple of videos I've made on it in the past.
I like it though.
And as the saying goes, in for a penny, in for a pound. So why don't I at least try to make this thing into a trilogy and take one last look at Together B&B?
I'd be right happy to.
Anyway, let's return to the world of survival horror.
Resident Evil.
Resident
Before I get to
Evil.
phone things,
I've
I'd
really
like to
missed
thank
that.
Raycon for sponsoring this video and take a quick moment to talk about their new earbuds, because they've just brought out their all-new Everyday Earbuds Classic, which are packed with a whole bunch of upgrades. I'd actually had a pair of Raycons for about 5 years now, and they've been going really good for all of that time. That is until my 3-year-old decided to flex his muscles and snap that charging case in half. But on the bright side, I was able to replace them with a newer model like this, with the sleek looking carbon black color and the new concrete themed protective case, along with appreciating all of the new benefits like active noise cancellation, multi-point connectivity so you can pair it with 2 devices at once, along with a super comfortable ergonomic design, so they stay in your ear no matter where you are or what you're doing. As well as having 32 hours of battery life with the case and a quick charge function, where charging them for as little as 10 minutes is going to give you 90 minutes of playtime. There's even this new awareness mode, so it lets you hear what's happening around you, depending on the background noise. Plus, they're super easy to pair as well. And even if you're over 30 feet away from your phone, the sound quality is still top notch. But I'd say the best thing about all of this is you're getting quality audio at half the price of the bigger premium brands, which means no more overspending just to get a great sound. 30 million customers sure can't be wrong, but like even if these aren't for you, there's a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you don't love them, refunding is easy. So if you're after a handy pair of earbuds for everyday activities, be it going to the gym or sitting at home editing on the computer like me, then the Raycon Earbuds Classic are the perfect fit, quite literally. Click the link in the video description or go to buyraycon.com/gmanlives to get 20% off, site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/gmanlives. But before we get into things, let me just explain what Together B&B is all about. You know, for people who might have not seen any of my previous videos. Right, so basically the gist is you're playing as a dude named James who heads to a B&B owned by his brother, which is located in some remote area in the middle of this idyllic forest. Turns out that James's brother has gone missing and no one seems to know what's happened.
We tried his cell phone. We can get hold of him.
So you have to pick up the slack, taking over management of the B&B, but then also forming relationships with its inhabitants and the locals as well.
Thank you so much. I want $10.
Mainly though, just dealing with the 3 girls staying in the house with Nana, Emily and Vera. Hanging out with them one by one, giving them gifts, cooking for them before earning enough nice guy points to get them in the sack.
Just kidding.
And yeah, hey, what an absolutely relatable premise that one is. I mean, who hasn't found themselves stuck in an incredibly expensive and upmarket looking B&B with a bunch of supermodels that want to jump your bones? I mean, we've all been there, right guys?
I've been there, yeah.
You're also given free reign to explore the map at your own pace too, hunting down animals and selling their carcasses for spare cash like it's
You think I'm kidding, but no.
free. And also
I'm
seeing
not kidding.
what this empty, vacuous zone has to offer,
I have been there.
which in reality is bugger all. But either way, though, like it was an interesting premise, and I was always holding out hope for there to be some kind of weird horror-like twist. You know, where maybe it turns out that all the girls are cyborgs or something, and you're trapped in some kind of government-run simulation, which would at least explain why everyone acts so weirdly and robotic.
Can you get me a glass of...
Mostly it was just a whole bunch of wasted potential and a completely soulless backdrop where you really felt like you were stuck in limbo, with a bunch of awkward sexual content shoved in there to try to distract the player from the game's many other shortcomings.
Thanks. Great job.
Well, one of the main things this new update tries to fix is by adding in more NPCs, so the world doesn't feel like it's on the brink of getting sucked into a black hole. So when you're driving around now, you'll even notice other cars moving about. Cars which may as well be driven by hamsters because they're completely random and they barely seem to be able to stay on the road. And then what's even funnier is if you shoot any of them, it seems like they're made out of tissue paper, flying backwards traumatically from any kind of gunfire, just really breaking every possible law of physics they can. There's also vehicular destruction added in too, and if you damage any of these cars enough, then they'll soon explode.
The old Grand Theft Auto. Yep. Hey, at least they do it.
On top of that, there's some new vehicles in here as well, with a few new cars and some different motorbikes, with the sports bike in particular being super fast, and a really handy way of getting from one side of the map to the other. There's a whole bunch of new locations added in here too, a lot of which are used for the main storylines as dates for each of the girls, like a winery, some kind of treetop themed restaurant, and then some gardens. All of which suffer from the same random frame rate drops and stuttering performance, reminding us that this thing runs on the Unreal Engine.
Stutters.
Of course.
Most importantly though, with there being 2 different main train stations you can use to get from either the south to the north of the map a lot easier. All of which showcase these new random NPCs who are completely incapable of interacting with the environment in any kind of meaningful way, really convincing me that these are just soulless robots added in by some kind of overlord to keep up the illusion of this place.
Damn,
being
he
the real
one-shot
world.
the Eddie.
I mean, if you need any further proof, consider that shooting them does absolutely nothing. Like, you're not penalized for it at all. And then what's even funnier is that in one of the recent hotfixes, which attempts to fix the laundry list of fuck-ups this update's made, it makes it so that the NPCs fall through the map when you shoot them. Like they're simply pieces of coding heading straight back to the source. Off the back of that too, it's also worth mentioning they've added in updated weapon models and a brand new sniper rifle. Even
Hey,
though
it's like Mortal.
still feels unfinished,
This
with
is
the
how
players
Mortal
still having
is.
Infinite ammo for some
Mortal
reason.
could be
And that's
really
the main
good if
factor
anybody
connecting
with
all
any
of these
clue
new
were
mechanics together,
involved.
in that ultimately none of them ever seem to work properly or gel together cohesively.
Nope, that's
And it
like
was
Mortal.
Like every single
Yep.
time I tried to check out something new in this game, it just ended up breaking things in a way that was often hilarious.
Yeah, like, yeah, that's like, what's it called? I don't know, maybe I should leave. I feel like I'm gonna die out here, I don't know. There, killed that guy, but my thingy's not fully charged yet, so I'll go hide in a corner. And turn on my flashlight and pull out a torch. I'll heal, I guess, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm like down here, am I? Am I hurt? Yeah, I'm hurt. I'm gonna go north again, or whatever it is. This is like a new camp for me. Oh. Die, fucker. Morphic. Nice. Ooh, wish box. Nice, nice, nice. Need levels. Need to kill things. I'm gonna call him back and charge it back up again. Wow, 12 Monkeys. I might watch that. I used to really love that film. I've seen it like 20, 30 times. I love that film. 12 Monkeys. Terry Gilliam. So I already got the mystical crate, but it didn't give me credit, so I'll go back again, I guess. But I remember where it is. Yeah, it's like over here at this thing. Ah. Six minutes and I've got to get out. Got to get to the fucking purple thing, which I remember where it is. I remember where that crate was. It just didn't give me credit when I looted it. It's right over there. The guy even left like a whisper, like telling me where it was. Or like what do they call that in Dark Souls? Are they whispers? Yeah, I don't remember. Oops, wrong drink. Oops. That was a translated message. It's cool. Yeah, this was it. This was it, wasn't it? Yeah, there was like a purple thing on this conveyor belt, and it's gone. Well, maybe it's over there. Maybe it was over here. I don't remember. My camp is gone, and that kind of screws me. I let the camp in that neighborhood in case I had trouble, and it's gone now. So we'll just do the travel, I guess, which is so annoying. Well, whatever. I don't mind it.
Switching to keyboard and mouse can be very frustrating, but here's a strategy that took me from a Switch noob to a PC pro. First, you need to optimize your keybinds. Keep the normal movement binds and make your most used controls like builds as close as possible to your main fingers. For example, my wall bind is E. Real quick, comment your wall bind.
Gaming is something I've always been incredibly interested in, and in today's video, I'm going to be going over how you can get insane aim in Fortnite. I'll be going over everything from the fundamentals, the secrets behind mastering aiming, and how to practice your aim to develop it to an incredibly high level over the next few weeks. With that said, let's get into today's video. Before I talk about anything else, I need you all to understand how the hitboxes work in Fortnite. This is how the hitbox looks. When using the shotgun, our goal is always to hit the head hitbox and deal as much damage as possible. Unless of course you know that the opponent you're fighting is one shot, even in the body or legs. When aiming at an opponent with a shotgun, you want to always aim at the nose. The most pointy part of the nose of any Fortnite character is the complete middle of the head hitbox. What this means is that when you fire your shotgun at the nose, you give yourself the best odds of hitting as many pellets as possible on the opponent, therefore dealing the most amount of damage possible. When it comes to spraying with ARs on long range, you want to aim at the middle of the chest. In Fortnite, weapons without scopes have a lot of bloom. This means that the bullets land randomly within your crosshair. So even if you track an opponent 100% perfectly, you can miss a few bullets because of the bloom aspect. And this especially applies for people who aim only at the head when spraying on medium to long distances. So that is why when going for beams on any distance, you must always aim at the chest, to give yourself the best odds of landing as many shots as possible and dealing as much damage as possible. When it comes to spraying with weapons like SMGs and ARs when you're really close to an opponent or in their box, you want to also exclusively aim at the middle of the chest. The same rules apply here, since the bloom on hip firing is so significant that even if you have the best aim in the world and track the opponent's head, you'd still be better off just aiming at the chest. In addition, because of the bloom, some bullets will be headshots, although your crosshair is at the opponent's chest. Now that you've understood just how important understanding the hitbox is, the next thing I want to talk about is downloading the program Hone for better FPS and less input delay, since this will make aiming in-game a ton easier. To download Hone, simply go to the description below, click the first link and hit the download button. Then when it's downloaded, go through the installation process. Then you'll have to sign in through your browser. This is simply done by clicking sign in through Google. Next up, something I wish somebody had told me sooner is that in order to have good aim in this game, you absolutely need to have full awareness of the player you're fighting. And what I mean here is that when you make an edit on an enemy, you want to look at the opponent and not the wall you're editing. In addition, you also want to make sure that throughout a fight, you don't lose track of the opponent, not even for a second. By having a full awareness over the player you're fighting, you'll be ready to take any opportunity he gives you to shoot at him. And if you don't have full awareness, you might miss out on multiple chances to deal some serious damage to him. Now, when a lot of people make an edit, they look at the edit instead of the opponent, like I talked about just a second ago. But this is something that makes aiming much more difficult, since you'll have to look at the wall, then quickly change your focus to where the opponent is, and then find out what kind of mouse or controller movement you have to make to shoot him. So every time, the next time you practice, make sure that you can consistently perform edits without having to look at the wall or edit menu. Exclusively look at the opponent, and trust me, your aim will already be way more consistent. If you can't have good mechanics without having to look at your builds and edits, you have a lot of work to do mechanically. And for a lot of people, this is quite easy to improve as long as you're aware of it, which is a great thing. Another extremely important thing I never see anyone mention is how your movement heavily impacts your aim. The first thing I need to talk about here is how you get a lot more bloom when walking forwards and spraying compared to walking both backwards and sideways. This applies when hip firing and racing. So in mid to long range situations, it is absolutely crucial not to hold W when spraying with your weapons. For example, when taking a bloom battle. However, when you're in boxes, pressing W and getting close to the opponent will often be the better play, thanks to how you can have more of the opponent inside of your crosshair, compared to if you spray from further away. So when taking bloom battles, stay away from holding W completely. Press your A and D buttons to strafe back and forth and be unpredictable. Or if you see an opportunity to stand still whilst being crouched, that will give you half the bloom that strafing back and forth will, and 3 times less bloom than holding W. But of course, course, this will make you a much easier target to hit, so be careful with taking the sitting completely still approach. The worst thing you can do to give yourself a terrible bloom is jumping. So when fighting off spawn, for example, and you get an SMG, stay away from jumping, as jumping will limit your chance of succeeding heavily when it comes to eliminating the opponent you're fighting. Strafe back and forth with A and D, and stay on the ground. And do not at all press W. This is really, really important. And unfortunately, I see a lot of players who strafe perfectly back and forth, but sadly have the bad habit of also holding W while strafing. Please stop doing this, and your tracking will become much better instantly. So in short, all you need to remember is exclusively use A and D, don't jump, and don't press W. This will limit the bloom as much as possible, whilst you're still being a hard target to hit. Something else that is extremely interesting is the pellet spread on shotguns. And again, this is something nobody talks about, even though understanding it plays a massive role when it comes to mastering aiming in Fortnite. When you shoot a shotgun shot, your gun will shoot out a number of pellets. The Sentinel pump, for example, shoots out 12 pellets. So the question is, how can I give myself the best odds of all 12 pellets hitting my opponent and dealing as much damage as humanly possible? The easiest thing that makes pellets more likely to hit is being close to the opponent. When watching pros play, you'll often see how they consistently win trade situations, because the opponent they're fighting is far away when he shoots, and them, the pro, is close when shooting. This is an ideal way of playing in trade situations, but let's talk about how to hit heavy shots when slightly further away. Crouching heavily limits the pellet spread, so even if you are far away from an opponent, crouching down and lining up a shot can result in super heavy damage output. That is also why you'll often see pros quickly crouching down as soon as they're about to fire their shotgun. To add on to that, ADSing, or aiming in with a shotty, reduces the pellet spread tremendously. So sometimes taking that extra time to aim in and shoot a shot is worth it, because most of the time you'll do significantly more damage when doing this compared to hip firing your shotgun. So that is also something to consider. The way to limit pellet spread the most is by crouching and ADSing at the same time, although you'll rarely find an opportunity to do both at the same time in real games. Moving on, you need to know that the pellet spread is without a shadow of doubt worst when you jump, even though the crosshair is the same size when jumping and when holding W. So if you have a habit of jumping around in boxes and shooting, I would highly recommend learning to change your muscle memory to shooting when you're on the ground. Firing your shotgun when in the air will add a layer of RNG to your game you can't have if you want to become someone truly spectacular. So keep that in mind the next time you hop on. Of course, when doing right-hand peeks, you will at times have to jump, but this trade-off is worth it because you're taking a protected shot on the enemy. Lastly, I want to quickly talk about one player who understands pellet spread better than anyone else, and that is Cold. If you ever watch a Cold stream, tournament video, or highlight, you'll often see him moving super fast, doing incredibly impressive sets of builds and edits. And then right when he fires his shotgun, he stands still for just a second. This is to give himself the best odds possible of all 12 pellets hitting the opponent. He knows that if he presses W on his keyboard or jumps, the pellet spread will be way wider compared to if he stands still. Interestingly, you'll also get less pellet spread when pressing S, A, and D compared to holding W. So that is also something to keep in mind. But the difference is quite minimal. Of course, you can't stand still for long when fighting and shooting, so it's essential that you're able to time your shot with standing still, crouching, or ADSing perfectly. You want to try to stand still for as short a time as possible. In addition to this, I need to add on that you obviously don't always want to stand still when shooting. Most times in Fortnite, you need to be moving to make yourself difficult to hit for the opponent. But for example, when piece controlling someone from above, doing a window edit on an opponent, or when your enemy has just fired a shot, standing still is something you shouldn't be scared of. Because if you're able to implement it effectively into your way of playing, you'll hit way more max damage pumps. Alright, now that you've understood the fundamentals of aiming, it's time for me to talk about what you can do today to improve your aim. And the first thing I'm going to teach you is how you can get pro-level crosshair placement with nothing more than a few minutes of practice every day. Having good crosshair placement in most games usually means naturally holding your crosshair at head level, so that you only have to horizontally adjust to hit, for example, a max damage pump on the opponent. However, because Fortnite has building and editing, it's a little bit different in this game. In order to become a pro player, or anywhere close to it, you need to master crosshair placement to some extent. And this is exactly how. Hop into a map that has an AI free build section. I prefer this one, but you can use whatever map you like. Then you want to start free building and fighting the bots like you would fight a normal opponent. And exactly when you confirm an edit and the opponent is on the other side of your edit, you want to stop, look intensely at the crosshair and think, where did my crosshair naturally end up after I confirmed my edit? Now, after confirming, your goal is to have your crosshair in a spot where it's easy for you to adjust onto the opponent. It doesn't have to be directly on the enemy right after confirming, as that's nearly impossible. But it's crucial that your crosshair is somewhere where you can make a simple adjustment to hit a heavy shot. If your crosshair ends up in a spot far away that requires you to flick hard onto the opponent, it's not weird that your aim is inconsistent. So very simply put it, hop into a creative map that has an AI free building section, start building and fighting the bots, and then perform edits on the bots and stop after having made an edit. Look intensely at where your crosshair ended up and ask yourself, is this an easy adjustment to make to hit a max damage pump? When you've answered that question, make the mouse or controller movement needed to eliminate the bot whilst still looking at the crosshair, and go again. After you've done this a few times, start playing faster, build and edit on the bots. And then when you have a shot, continue to look at your crosshair and make the adjustments. Do this for 25 minutes a day, and I promise you, your crosshair placement and aim will get one step closer to pro level. Now that you've understood the basic principles of crosshair placement and how to practice it, I want to teach you the max pump aim method. This aim method right here is used by pros all around the world and is one of the most powerful ways of consistently improving your aim over time. And as soon as you learn it, you'll almost instantly become a much better aimer. When you're building and editing, you want to focus on the opponent you're fighting and not the crosshair. Like we talked about much earlier in today's video. The reason you don't only want to look at your crosshair when building is because if you do, you can get shot by the opponent you're fighting, since you're not having full awareness over him. So simply put it, focus on the opponent you're fighting as much as possible. You shouldn't have to look at your crosshair to perform builds and edits consistently. You don't want to full box someone and have insane mechanics doing so, but then completely whiff your shot? Well, this happens because you're not using the max pump aim method. So let me tell you how it's done. When you full piece an enemy and you're ready to take a shot, you want to very quickly change your full attention to your crosshair. I'm talking, you should be so focused on your shotgun crosshair that that's almost the only thing you see. And then you want to make the adjustment needed onto the opponent's nose. The small white dot of the shotgun reticle is what you should focus on. So easily explained, the max pump aim method is having full awareness over your opponent when doing impressive builds and edits. And then as soon as you get an edit where you have an opportunity to take a shotgun shot, you switch your focus exclusively to looking
You
at
have
the
an
crosshair.
opportunity to
When
be
you
a
take your
shotgun
shot,
monkey, be
you
a
go back
shotgun
to
monkey.
focusing on the opponent and build an edit like normal.
I hate
Now,
Fortnite
in the
in some
beginning,
ways.
if you haven't thought about a strategy like this before, the max pump aim method will feel very weird. Your micro adjustments will feel off, and you'll miss a lot of shots. Maybe you'll get frustrated because your aim isn't as smooth as it has been. You'll question yourself and maybe feel like a worse player than you were yesterday. But over time, you'll not only develop insanely smooth aim with pro level click timing, but you'll also become someone with almost inhumanly consistent aim. Do not underestimate the max pump aim method. It is seriously the best way of not only getting elite level aim, but it's also the best way to practice aim, since you'll see everything in even the tiniest detail. You'll see how far off the opponent you were every single time you shoot. So in other words, whether you overflicked or underflicked, maybe you'll notice that your vertical tracking is terrible or that your click timing needs work. Start using this strategy today, and in the next few months, you'll be a totally different player. The next natural question you'll probably have is, how do I practice in the most effective way? Do I grind ranked, creative, or aim trainers? The most effective way, without question, to get good aim in Fortnite is to grind creative against good players. The reason for this is because if you don't have good aim and play versus good players consistently, you lose again and again and again. And your brain simply won't allow that to happen if you play for a long enough period against strong players. When playing against really solid players over time, you'll eliminate your bad habits.
I've never done this once, and I can consistently beat these people all the time. When I'm drunk and stoned, 5 sheets to the wind. I'm about to do it again, and I don't pay attention to any of these things. I really don't. And I don't know what it is. It's not like I'm good. It's that I've just done it so long. I'm sorry, kitty. I've got to stand up. I'm sorry. Yep, you came when I have to pee, and then you stood on my bladder. I'm sorry. turn this light off now. Hi, kitty. I'm sorry, I had to go pee. I didn't mean to ignore you. It's getting towards food time, but not yet. Not yet, kitty. Not yet.
You'll get pushed to have really good crosshair placement, since if you don't, you won't have time to adjust onto the opponent before he throws this edit on you and gone a heavy
There is only one thing you can use to replace aim, and that is prediction, or alternatively, information. There is only one thing you can use to replace aim, and that is prediction, or alternatively, information. The only time you even need aim is when something unexpected happens. Oh, dude, you're still not subscribed, what? But if you know what's going to happen, you can just wait. Game sense. The tricks that I'm about to show you will enable you to easily hit more shots without requiring almost any aim. You basically just put the crosshair where it needs to be and wait. Oh, and most of the clips are from the Hanso perspective, but they work for pretty much every hero. Let's start with something simple. Abusing greed. Greedy fuck. So, since the Hanso hit me, I know he will re-peek again as fast as possible to try finishing me off. Especially if you're below masters, if someone gets you to low HP, they will get greedy and re-peek, no matter how risky it is. And you know that this clip is from GM, so. Enemies will chase you if they get you to low HP, so make sure you take advantage of their greed. Next up is fear, the opposite of greed. And let's watch the first clip multiple times just to make sure you understand, since greed and...
Yeah, fear and greed, they are opposite. Yeah, greed is like, I want it, and fear is like, I don't want it.
Fear are the base for all the tricks that I will show you afterwards. This is kind of like the greed clips from before, but now the roles are reversed. So after I tag Cassidy with a shot, he turns around and sees that I'm getting ready to shoot the next arrow. So he gets afraid and instinctively switches movement direction to avoid walking into my next shot. So to oversimplify it a bit, if your enemy expects you to shoot at him, you should put your crosshair on the opposite side of where he's going. So in this case, the Cassidy is moving to the left when he sees me, so I know he will try to dodge by moving to the right. Especially as a sniper, if your target sees you lining up a shot, their instinct will be to reverse their direction or run for cover. And most of the time, they are the same direction. The more advanced the trick, the harder it will be to remember it during an intense team fight.
Kitty, you sat on my keyboard and you got me killed.
The more natural it will become.
Keyboard.
Let's look at some simple applications of this that anyone can immediately do. Like, look at this. I just spam on the soldier's left side. Notice how I kept my crosshair on the left side the whole time, because that's where he has to run. I might miss some shots this way, but the fact is, the only cover for the Cassidy here is the left wall. So I just keep shooting between him and the cover. Another easy application of this cover shooting is, whenever someone is behind tiny cover and you hit them once, they get scared and overcorrect to the opposite side of the cover. Like, here's another example. I shoot on the right side and then I immediately shoot the left side. Greed and fear are abusable in every single fight. Like here, for example, the Zenyatta is not afraid of me because I'm busy fighting Soldier, so he gets greedy, peeking wider, moving in a straight line to get an angle on me before I die. Never shoot the guy in front of you, shoot the guy behind the guy. This might seem like it's way too complicated for a mere human being, but luckily for us, the only thing we're even good for is having sex and hunting prey. The only thing you need to figure out is where to put your crosshair. Consider Tracer as the prey. All you need to do is think about where is your prey trying to escape. Will she run back into danger, or will she run towards her own team? Also, the reason I put my crosshair here instead of at the right side door is because I know tracers blink past doorways to avoid getting pre-fired. Here's another example. The tracer is low HP, so obviously she wants to go for the health pack. So I preemptively put my crosshair there to wait for her. So just by thinking this way, I avoided having to do a crazy inhuman flick to catch the tracer. And I used the exact same trick here. Just notice how I put my crosshair to the health pack, expecting the tracer to go there. And once I realize she's going for the other health pack, I immediately chase after her, thinking about how she will go out the doorway after taking the health pack, so I position my crosshair on the doorway. Let's look at some simple hero-specific tricks, and don't worry if some of these are just way too hard for you right now. Just becoming aware of what is possible will help you improve a lot faster. Okay, so when you kill the Mercy's pocket, the Mercy will be a bit afraid, waiting to see if someone is camping the corpse. So don't peek right away. Just wait for her to start the res. This way, even if you miss the headshot, she can't run away from the finishing blow.
Just gonna rest.
Here's another example. I stay hidden after killing the Echo, waiting for the Mercy to come in for the rest. Now rest. A more aim-intensive trick is to put your crosshair between the Mercy and the target she's going to fly to. Hahaha. The Mercy beam is a good indicator of where she's gonna fly to and from what angle. Ooh. It's way easier than you think since you don't need any aim. You just have to time the shot correctly. The Ash version of this kind of prediction would be her dynamite. Pro tip. If an Ash throws a dynamite, she's gonna peek and shoot at it, or best case scenario, stand still. Okay, let's look at some more advanced stuff. Let me know in the comment section if you want a full video of these kind of hero-specific tips. So yeah, this trick is definitely my favorite thing to do. Awareness of GMO orange. Okay, so I shot the Anna once, and then just leave her to cook for a bit. Her fear turns into greed as she decides to rush for better cover since no one is shooting at her. And then I catch her with her pants down, running in a straight line. Notice how I unpeaked there for a bit. And let's do another one. Here I shoot the sonic arrow directly on the Anna to avoid the ding sound. Instead of chasing her down, I just unpeak to make her think I left, just like in the previous clip. And then I wait until she's in the middle of the open. Just because I love this trick so much, let's do one more. And notice how in this one, the trick also lets me keep her completely out of the team fight as well. I knew she would go for the health pack if I unpeak. In Overwatch, there's just so much happening at all times that just unpeaking for a couple seconds is usually enough to make them completely forget about you. This next clip I wanted to put into the start half, but it's kinda advanced and I didn't want to scare you away. But this is also a good opportunity to reiterate the basics. So greedy enemies will re-peek you and possibly even chase you, whereas scared enemies will try to unpeek you, to break line of sight. Or to put it in a more simple way, scared enemies will reverse their movement direction when they expect to get shot. So this time we combine greed and fear. Torb starts greedy, I intentionally unpeak to get him to peek wider. This also makes him very easy to hit, since he will be strafing in a straight line. I then immediately start peeking wider before he even reacts, because I know he will want to break line of sight now, since he will be afraid after taking damage. He sees me getting ready for the final blow, so he turns back to avoid it, but I just don't care. I keep spamming his left side, since that's where he eventually has to go. Hahaha, baited. And then finally, let's check out the craziest shit, just to kind of show you what is possible. So here I'm intentionally letting the Anna damage me, kind of testing to see how greedy she is, and then I catch the Anna nade, so I know she will peek again to try finishing me off. That's an aim guide clip right there. So in this clip, the Anna knows I put the Sonic on her cover, and I will further let her know I'm holding the angle by shooting another arrow there. This way she will be too afraid to peek to heal the tank. I then quickly take one shot at the tank. She sees the tank's HP go down. I haven't shot at the corner in a while, so she peeks to heal the tank. I have baited. And here is the classic Bliss World herding clip. Check this out. They're gonna peek right side and then go left side to avoid getting hit. And then they just die. This is how it works. Don't forget to like and subscribe, or this worm will hunt you in your nightmares. Also, let me know in the comments if this video helped you out and what kind of content you want to see in the future.
I like this guy. He's like a lot of my friends. It's kind of crazy.
I'm gonna peek from here.
Yep.
Huh. Trigger discipline, bro. Trigger discipline.
Yep.
Okay, so first we have the riskiest and the most situational one. You basically just attack the enemies before they expect it. There you go, assassinated. The only way you reach 100% weapon accuracy is if you always catch the enemies off guard. If your target expects your shots, you're better off spamming storm arrows or alternatively repositioning to regain that surprise factor. You are basically going in before the team fight even really begins, hopefully getting a pick, but at least splitting the enemy team's attention. They literally can't handle my assassinations. So yeah, attacking your enemies before they expect it is pretty much a guaranteed headshot. Dude, I literally didn't let them play. But yeah, the downside is that since you're hard committing, you really have to hit those shots. Hey! Bro! Where the f did I choke so hard? But anyways, here's a better way to do this rollout that I showed earlier. There we go, dude. That's so good, right? But let's go through the other play styles before we go deeper. If you are camping in one spot and spamming from far away, you're not playing Sniper Handsome. You're playing Spamso. Ah! Dude. Scared the shit out of me, man. The enemy shouldn't know where you are until your arrow hits them. So the most important thing to remember is to constantly keep changing your position. The moment you forget to rotate, you can say goodbye to the peace and quiet of the sniper playstyle.
Oivy. I love that sound. Oivy. Move. I've been compromised. Kitty, you're gonna cause me to lose. What? I used my shield and nothing happened. Why? What was that? I used my shield, nothing happened. Kitty, where you're sitting, it's causing me to have a problem. Yep. Move, Kitty. I love you, Kitty, but you're in my way. What? I used my shield and nothing happened because he stunned me. God damn it, man. Why am I using my abilities and nothing happens? It should be like Cloak of fucking Shadows. If I use the ability, it should fucking work. Like Rogue and WoW. But no, you guys didn't play Rogue, did you? Your piece of shit tablet brain rots. You can see it. Fucking so annoying.
The moment you forget to rotate, you can say goodbye to the peace and quiet of the sniper playstyle. Ai vittu! Jesus. Compared to Widowmaker, it's way harder to get picks with Hanzo, but in exchange, it's way easier to disappear since you can even rotate onto the flank. Ooh! Bro, you can really take some crazy sniper positions with Hanzo. But always remember to rotate after they find out where you are. Someone shooting. The biggest argument against this playstyle is that there is too much downtime since you keep rotating all the time. But before we talk about that specific topic, let's go through the third and final playstyle. Slime Hanzo is basically the opposite of the aggressive style, since now you are waiting until the team fight fully starts before you really participate in it. This waiting around will really confuse the enemies. Since they don't see you actively shooting during team fights, they just kinda keep forgetting you exist. You don't really apply any pressure on the enemy team, and it can be a bit risky waiting around, but in exchange, you get some insanely free picks. And this is also the most frustrating playstyle for the enemies. And for your teammates as well sometimes. Woo! Dude, I'm clean! That's clean. Excellent. Let's look at another one of these. I want a Muthikadri weapon arrow glow effect for 200 euros for Hanzo, you know? You have to land on the high ground, Farah. Otherwise you run out of rocket force, Farah. Come here. Yeah. Like that. Oh. Now, Farah, you should like fly up here and then recharge your rockets. Okay? It's very good plan. There we go. Good job. You don't need to recharge as long, and it's not like you have to fly it all in one go. Oh! Ah, great. Dude.
What?
How you guys enjoying the Hanzo one-shot buff? I do enjoy it if I don't have to play against Hanzo. I think it is painful.
They literally gave up, bro. They literally gave up. Okay, so now that we have gone through the core playstyles, let's talk about the biggest problem that every Hanzo player suffers. The hard focus that comes after you pop off on Hanzo. Like, let's say, for example, you go for the slime Hanzo strat and you just destroy the whole enemy team. Woo! If it's just one guy hot focusing you and he can't climb walls, then instead of going for the honorable 1v1, just find any high ground that is hard to access. And then just use the floor of the high ground as cover. Like, let's see how many traces
What?
I can eat.
The Pharaoh's just chasing me around. Kill him.
Yes, I counted all of them for you. It's 100% accurate.
I'm about to hit. Yes,
finally gave up after over 300 bullets. She would have had more impact in the match if she just ignored me, got headshot, and ran back from spawn. But now she's coming back. No. This guy has brain damage, bro. This guy has actual brain damage. Please rest me to make this pleasure, man. So yeah, she just shot 700 bullets and 2 pulse bombs just for me to get rest. But what if it's multiple enemies going for you? Or at least someone who can chase you onto the high ground? Well, let's talk about that next. Oh, shit! Dude, sometimes it gets so bad the enemies give up the point just to chase you. These guys need to get alive or something. Suck my tiny... And if that is still not enough for your teammates to carry, then you need to hide until the enemies attack your team. As in, it's time for Slime Hanzo.
Slime Hanzo. If you hide until you're a dick bag, you might be a dick bag. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take that. That's a really strong buff, yeah. Ability power, yeah. I'll take Hydra, yeah. No, I don't want that. I want attack speed. Yeah, attack speed seems good. Give me a lot of money and I'll buy all the green out and I'll fill it with other things, yeah.
Team fight starts, usually the enemies will take longer between team fights as well, since they will spend time trying to find you first.
Skill players sitting in corners front.
And once they learn that you won't attack until the team fight starts, you can switch it up with some aggressive Hanzo as well to confuse them.
The things you do make no sense.
So yeah, switching up your playstyle between team fights will further make it more difficult to keep track of you and to predict your movement. But if your team struggled even though the enemy team gives up the point to chase you, that's usually a sign that the match is one of those unwinnable ones. But there really is no way to know until the match is over. Not gonna make you guys look at all this boring stuff, but basically once again, we only capture the point since the enemies were too busy chasing me, and it's just not enough.
Oh, go
Let's
run,
go
run,
to the
run, run,
next
run,
match.
run, 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 run.
No pulls, no top. You can of course have your favorite play style that you kind of play more than the others, or if you have multiple choices, you choose that one. But if you truly want to be unstoppable, you have to learn to adapt, especially once you tilt the enemies. Not now, right? So just stay in spawn. It's not fun playing against you. Never go for fair fights. Just like run away and use a sonic or something. Right, so just stay in spawn, okay? If you keep hitting a brick wall after popping off, like suddenly you just start getting hard focused, then you can't do anything, it just means you don't change your strategy when the enemies. Oh, what is this damage, bro? So, to help you out, in the next match, let's talk about the biggest misconception that Hanzo players have. Dude, that was kind of a nice match. Okay, so in this match, we were getting absolutely destroyed. How is this the most unbalanced match I've played in my life? They're inside our spawn. So the slow sniper playstyle would mean we're gonna get rolled on defense, right? Well, sounds to me like you think that one pick per team fight is somehow not enough to win that fight. But it's way more complicated than that.
Yeah.
Because the defenders always have the upper hand.
Yep.
So combining that with a pick at the start of the fight is pretty much a guaranteed win, unless they use ultimates, of course. And yeah, I know sometimes the enemies will get an early pick as well, but then you can just work towards getting some extra picks yourself as well to make up for that, you know? That's called carrying. Oh, sit down, brother. Sit down and subscribe. Oh, and typically both teams use their ultimates at the same time, so canceling even one of them is usually enough. Dude, I didn't get healed by the guy. If you think this doesn't apply in your rank, you are wrong. The main difference is that in low ranks, the enemies will stagger for multiple team fights after you get just one early pick. And remember, this is not a solo game like chess, so if you are in your own rank, at least 30% of your matches are literally unwinnable. For some reason, no one understands this. But let's look at some more matches while you kind of try to just keep track of what playstyle I'm using. Thank you. What the hell is that guy thinking? You can rest, Ash. Okay, I guess you can. Dude, the moves be kinda crazy today. Dude. Oh my. Oh, and I just realized you're still not gonna subscribe. I just did a 360, 350, or whatever you wanna call it, what the Zoomers call it these days. You're still not gonna subscribe. Just peek, there's not much danger in here, actually. Oh, not this!
Hanzo, turn it off, bud.
What?
Or Hanzo cheats.
Bro, I do? I am? Am I, bro? Are you sure? Is that really cheat? What? Dude, scared the shit out of me, bro. You can't just do stuff like that. My insurance doesn't cover them.
You're moving like a rock.
I'm moving like so many gears in the shots. I move my crosshair with my movement keys. Definitely carry.
Is that related to you? No, I'm sorry, down. You never know what this is. Is it luck? Is it typing?
Bro, what if it's a skill?
didn't even know you were in voice chat. That's awkward.
And yeah, the Sombra is now forcing me to pretty much just play sniper hands. Ooh, dude, it's called that cheats, bro. Aimbotting the angles. Oh.
Big heels.
No, I headshot at him again. Okay. What a way to end the round, bro. But yeah, especially against the Sombra, aggressive and slime is a no. Wait! I forgot it's the Sombra, dude. This is gonna ruin the YouTube game.
Hey.
Oh, no! What? As long as you just stay alive, it should be a free win if the match is not completely unbalanced.
Monkey's gone.
C9! Okay, let's do a tilt match. When the streamer is getting paid to advertise. Now I'm gonna be talking during that insane play. That's kinda... Sometimes you don't even have to hide a sniper hand so to be invisible. Just not shooting can be enough. Ooh. Take your time. I've never seen full caps Russian.
Match. David.
Kinda sad we're not kinda like touching. I needed one poke damage. One of the most common questions I get is like, how to always hit your shots? But it's like, even I miss my shots sometimes. I can't even kill that guy. Dude, I choked.
GG.
And then finally, it's time for my favorite match of the season. Right. Oh my fucking god, he was still camping. This Genshi thinks he can beat me at my own game. Okay. This Genshi thinks he can beat me at my own game. What the? Get alive. he could beat me at my own game, bro. Shish. Thank you so much for watching. Press that like button if you got some good tips from this video. Okay, I'll see you in the next one. So, what makes a Hanzo player annoying? Could it just maybe be like a very punchable laugh? Or maybe it's just how all Hanzo mains pretend that the hero actually takes skill. Let me think. I guess. Yeah. Well, from my understanding, it's just the one-shots. Or rather, landing headshots being so difficult that it's just considered getting lucky every time. Oh, but it really is time to accept that Hanzo is now even more of a sniper character than before the Season 8 changes. We just need to get a one clean fight, and it's all good. I agree though, the Storm Arrow still having the old gigantic arrow hitbox is a bit sketchy. Actual clean, bro. Oh, goodbye, Widow. What is that? How am I supposed to save you from that? The only advantage Hanzo really has over Widowmaker is being quiet. Dude, that was too close for comfort. But yeah, it's very easy to find out when the enemy team has had enough, even if they don't say anything. Jesus! They did a fucking SWAT attack. How did they even know? I think they had comms with who? The CIA or what? Oh God! Oh God! The only thing you can really do against the hard focus is to have more patience than them. Dude, the SWAT team is crazy. But yeah, playing Hanzo gets really toxic now, since it's all about being very aware of how much space you have. If you push too far, you're immediately dead, but if you stay too far back, you probably miss everything and lose the team. No! When? What the hell, bro?
Nice, Hanzo. Use play of the game, my friend.
Oh God. I'm just saying, you're gonna regret that so fucking much, bro.
Oh my God, I'm gonna regret getting into the game with you.
That is the wrong time to do that. Dude, he's gonna regret that way too much, bro. You shouldn't be afraid, dude. He's gonna be very angry. Welcome to episode 1 of The Dark Arts. How to counter flame someone without them throwing the game. Step 1. Point out the toxic person's every mistake. Wait, Orisa, how did you die? What? How can you do such a bad play? Oh, what was that? What did he say? Step 2. Convince him that throwing means you successfully tilted him. See? I told you you shouldn't be afraid. You should be angry. Like, I already tilted you. Was that fucking easy? And you already went AFK, bro. You're supposed to pretend you're not mad. And guess who is now about to come out of spawn? This is the actual provocation of me pointing out that I provoked him, you know? So now he feels like the only way to win is to do the exact opposite of what I tell him to do. Dude, I can't believe the reverse psychology worked so well. Saying that you shouldn't AFK in spawn because then you let me know you're tilted. And now the reverse psychology of calling out the reverse psychology to get you to jump off the map worked as well, bro. Like, I got you wrapped on my little finger, brother, man. Can you, like, jump off the map one more time? It's even cooler to win it that way. And now that I'm once again asking for him to throw, he's of course going to try hard. I never flame someone without provocation, but I still get labeled as the ultra-toxic streamer if I clap back even a tiny bit. Go on. Jump off the map. No balls. No balls. No balls, dude. Jump off the map. No balls. The main downside of this spell is that once the person snaps out of it, it's very likely that they will start harassing you, like for example, by talking shit and spreading lies about you to anyone who will listen. Jump off the map, bro! And don't ask me how I know. Jump off the map! Pussy! Pussy! Calm down, you don't need to tilt him, you already made your point. Yeah, like that's the main issue, is that people are shocked to find out that I am not Jesus Christ. I hate this. On this side, what's wrong? Please, Susaria, I have reformed. Forgive me. Don't worry, guys. I will turn skill ranking into wine. It's way better. 3 on payload, guys. We can dragon this for no need to fight. We don't have to fight. We can love them.
MCKN Rat. I'm not Rat. I'm Jesus. MCKN Rat. On Stanza.
Sperm soul? Dude, this guy is making it difficult to keep the devil in.
What? Come on, motherfucker!
No, dude! I trust you, my disciples. Please, nice, good job, team. We did it. Team effort. 10 out of 10. Have a blessed day. Did I miss Jesus' second coming? Oh my God! Don't put it like that, dude. Dude. There's only one thing that comes even close to the amount of unfinished people have for 3 buckets. No! sneakers. Like the running shoes, you know? Never underestimate the pull that a free bucket has on Finnish people. You know, when Corona started and the beer called Corona, like their sales plummeted, guess how they fixed that in Finland? If you buy a six-pack, you get a free bucket. Boom. Sales went through the roof. I'm not even joking. Dude, why are they holding spawn? Why are they holding spawn? Is this a meme? Oh shit, I'm alive somehow. Oh, nice. What happens behind the sauna? It's not something that you need to know, okay? It's something that you know if you know, and if you don't know, then you don't know. Okay, so the pro strat here is that they're coming in from the right side. I don't even care.
You missed a shot.
I'm shooting there, and then... Ah. Dude, chasing a handsaw into a dark alleyway, bro? Might as well chase me behind the sauna at this point, bro. Are you kidding me? Only the person who's been there knows. What happens behind the sauna stays behind the sauna, exactly. Oh my goodness. I got him. Sheesh.
It's good shit.
No,
I learned from it. That lack of fear, it was fucking amazing. Watching a sniper get bullied it'll change you. It'll change you. Like, how do you respond to it? How do you react to it?
Dodging with Arge.
Dodging with... Alright.
I change movement direction right before he shoots. Next, I stand still for a moment to bait him into thinking I'm gonna change movement direction again. I try it one more time, but he immediately predicts it. So I go back to changing movement direction right before he shoots. And one more time. It looks like the shot hit, but I did actually juke him. It's just desync caused by rolling into the corner. And then once again, I change movement direction right before he shoots. That's how simple it is. Dude, I am the master of Matrix. The moves. Oh shit, he has erection. Oh no, not this guy again. Dude. Oh crap. Oh. I thought I had him, okay? People always ask, like, don't you get bored of playing handsome? But, like, you think hit scan is exciting or what? You're literally just pressing A and D randomly while clicking pixels on your screen. Nice. This is gonna suck. What is the Reaper doing? just shot himself. Sit down, bend over. Dude, sit down. No, dude. No, dude. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me. Don't tell me anything. Just make the match end. Don't tell me. No. I have to do Captain America for this. Okay, dude. Of course, I had to humiliate myself at the end for them. So this next match started off really rough. Oh, dude, I just got clapped. The second fight wasn't that much better, and then of course in the third team fight we got rolled by their outfit. But I still had one more chance.
Stop being well-off, maybe.
What?
Saatana loppu se huitaminen! So yeah, we finally got out of spawn, and now it's time to turn the match around. I think we're fine. No, we're not. We see 9. I mean, like, we just gotta get the payload back first. Like, just wait a second. So, like I was saying, it was time to turn the match around. I don't think we're trying to win. My team was always insanely overextended, so I had to push it as well. Like here, they are touching the spawn door when our payload is still at the start of second point. How did I do that? Okay. Let's try it one more time, okay?
This time. I can.
Pushing it. Push. Dude, win a ball! I can't believe it! We're pulling it back. Dude, one shot team, dude, top it off, bro. What? That's crazy. Wow.
God damn.
The flanking Moira is like... What the hell? Any personal boundaries or something? Any personal boundaries, bro? Imagine if I was like... If you were on your balcony just sitting there. Dude, like... Bro. Dude, you don't just climb on someone else's balcony, bro. There's 2 things you guys don't do. Number 1, climbing on someone's balcony. And number 2 is unfortunately subscribing to my YouTube channel. Oh, saatana. Okay, check this out. I see the Hanzo going for me, so I just decide to bait him until my teammates get to him. I'm coming. Dude. Before we go to the next match, can we take a moment to talk about why people think that Hanzo is more annoying than style hits can Widow make? What? Why do Hanzo mains get the most hate when there's characters like Sombra? At least Hanzo takes skill to be invisible. Like, do people actually think that Hanzo is stronger than this character? And you know, even the teleporter is way stronger than Hanzo's lunge. And with only 1 second longer cooldown. See, I'm wrong. Okay, so next up, we got a match where I managed to tilt not just one, not just two, but 3 enemies.
Hands up.
This is the heist of a lifetime, bro. It's the heist of a lifetime. Heist of a lifetime.
Your hero makes people not want to play the game. And so no one has even looked at you when you kill.
Hey! I got assassinated, bro.
Hanzo has proved the game is better when some heroes are dead.
What's wrong with the character, huh?
Because your hero is fucking ass. How am I rolling you down? You're not the great guy, are you? Just so effing boring to play against, and people not wanting to play the game as bad.
So, how are you feeling about the Hanzo changes? Let me know in the comments. Mwah.
They call themselves soldiers of Christ, but they're accused of being a murderous
Christo-fascist! Christo-fascist!
Religious cult operating in Gwinnett County.
7 people are now facing felony murder charges stemming from their reported involvement with the Soldiers of Christ group.
Defense attorneys argued this afternoon that the group was not committing crimes and instead spreading so-called word of God.
Brand new details about a home police are calling a house of horrors, and authorities are now revealing there is video proof.
Junho believed Sihi was
possessed by a demon. He said she was evil, I guess. This incident then caused a physical altercation with the father and Isaac.
One of the members told police that they all get direct instructions from God.
Now, the mother of 3 of the suspects, 54-year-old Mi-hee Lee, is charged with murder in the death of Si-hee Cho.
Today, I want to talk about the Soldiers of Christ. They claim to be a paramilitary organization, but I don't think they are. The police claim that they're a street gang. I claim that they're weird, sadistic, cruel, evil cult that is a family, actually, and they have a house of horrors where they all live, and I don't like them. But, as usual, I'm going to give you guys the facts, and then you can decide what they are, okay? So let's just begin. So the whole thing started at 10:50 p.m. on September 12th, 2013, when a man called 911 to report a dead body that was found in the trunk of a silver Jaguar. The Jaguar was parked outside of this Korean spa called Jeju Spa, and it was in Duluth, Georgia, which, if you don't know, is about 30 minutes away from Atlanta. So when this first happened, the news was there on the scene, and there wasn't a lot of information coming out from the cops. So they spoke to the owner of this spa, the Jeju Spa, and the owner told Fox 5 News that they had surveillance footage of the car, and that basically that vehicle pulled in at 10 a.m., so 12 hours before the cops were called, and it pulled up next to a Mercedes. And then the person in the silver Jaguar came out of the car, opened the trunk, looked at it, closed it, and then went into the Mercedes, and then the Mercedes drove off. They said that there was a very strong foul odor emanating from the car, which led everyone to believe that that body was in there for days. They added that later that night, around 10 p.m., the Mercedes came back right as the cops were showing up to the scene. The spa owner also really wanted people to know that they had nothing to do with this, that these people just parked in the parking lot in front of them, and this has nothing to do with their spa. Well, the good thing is that the customers did not seem to mind. They were basically like, damn, that's crazy, somebody died, like, I'm still going to get my spa treatment though.
But it's crazy that they found a body last night, especially here, because I come here a lot, you know. Since it didn't happen inside, but crime is everywhere in Atlanta, you know, I don't want to let it stop me for my birthday.
This is Atlanta, baby, like, it's crazy out here.
But now, you know, a lot of people move to Atlanta. It's getting crazy out here.
When police arrived at the scene, what they found was horrific. In the trunk of this car was a dead body that was wrapped in a blanket, and it looked like it had been burned. You couldn't even make out if it was a male or a female at the time. The 911 caller told police that he is the adopted father of Eric Hyun. Eric Hyun is the guy who was driving the Jaguar that had the corpse in it. Eric is one of the members or victims, we'll get into that later, of the Soldiers of Christ. According to Eric's father, he said that his son called him that morning and told him, I need you to pick me up from the parking lot of the Jeju Spa because I'm injured and I need you to take me to the hospital. So his dad comes and he says that it took Eric 20 minutes to get out of the car because of how badly he was injured. So he takes him to the hospital. Later that night, Eric tells his dad, can you get my laptop from my car, from that Jaguar? The father said he went, he got the laptop, and then because they were going to keep the car there overnight, he decided, let me, look around this car, make sure there aren't any valuables before we leave it overnight. And that's when he opened the trunk, he said, and that's when he found the dead body and called 911. As for the victim who's in the trunk of the car, they were able to get some fingerprints, however, and additionally, there were some items there that appeared to belong to this person, like a suitcase with IDs and stuff, and the ID showed that this was a South Korean national. The ID belonged to someone called Se-hee Cho. Police were able to take that fingerprint that they could get with the ID, send it to the South Korean consulate in the area, and the consulate confirmed that it was Se-hee Cho, who was a 33-year-old woman from South Korea that was visiting the United States and had only been there for a few months. She was 33 years old, but when they found her, she was only 70 pounds. They were able to look at medical records from when she first came to the States, and she was a normal height for her age and weight. So, what happened in 2 months to where she was 70 pounds, looked like she was burnt and is dead in the trunk of this car? The autopsy was not even close to being completed, but the medical examiner was able to determine that it was a homicide. So, of course, the police, they're like, we need to go to Eric, who was driving this car, and ask him what the hell happened. So they go to the hospital. Now, when they go to the hospital and they ask Eric about his injuries, because he had a lot of injuries all over his body, he tells them that there was an explosion that occurred and that he got injured by this explosion.
He said they had placed multiple products into a paint can along with pellets, and an explosion occurred. There were also multiple circular injuries inside of him, like into his body.
He also mentions someone who was with him, and he calls them David/Jace, which Jace is their gamer tag, and he says that David/Jace helped him clean up the mess of this explosion. When they ask him, hey, Eric, why is there a dead body in your car? He was like, the person wasn't dead. She was alive when she got in the trunk of the car. And the reason why she got in the trunk of the car is because I had so much crap in my car that was like the only place that she could fit. Then he changed his story. The police said he had multiple inconsistent statements. Then he changed it to no, she was really sick and I was going to make her better. And then it was like that he carried her in there while she was sick. So they were like, okay, what the fuck's going on here? While they're asking him questions, they find out that he lives at this house, okay, in a town called Lawrenceville, Georgia, which is about 45 minutes from Atlanta. So they get a search warrant for this home. This is the house of horrors. When they arrive, they see this 15-year-old kid who is pushing trash cans out into the street, and there's like a garbage truck that's like pulling up too. And they're like, oh shit, he's taking out the trash. Maybe there's some valuable information in here. Good thing we have a search warrant. So they stop the trash from being taken and they search it. And they see that there's cardboard with lots of blood on it. They find bloody pajama pants that had the same print that were on the top that the corpse had on, and it had blood on it. Additionally, they said that there were lots of tissues with bodily fluid on them that had a quote significant odor, as well as duct tape, hair, and a sanding block. They also found many white pellets that are used for BB guns, not only in the trash, but also in the basement. And we need to talk about the basement because when they got all that stuff in the trash, they went in, they saw that there were a bunch of people in the home. They told them all, like, there's a search warrant, sit right here, we're gonna go look. As they're searching the house, they hear this like loud ass music that's coming from the basement. The music was Korean worship music, and it was playing on loop and loud and blasting. They end up going to the basement. That's where they find not only more of these white pellets that are used for like BB guns, but also a very strong odor of bleach and Febreze. The floor was wet. There was blood on the floor as well. And then there was this chair that was wet as well. They asked the mom about this bleach and why it smells like this. And she said, oh, there's mold. And we had like mold, and that's why it smells of bleach. They asked the mom, her name, by the way, is Mihi Lee. They asked Mihi about Sehi, and she said that yes, she used to live with us, but she's gone now. She's all the way back in Korea. And then as they're conducting the search and the bleach and Febreze smell starts to fade away, they get a very strong smell of decomposition of like a dead body. They notice that there's these boots that are lined up all the same in the basement, and then they start spreading out and searching upstairs, and that's where they find a lot of clothes, including these sort of like uniforms, almost military like uniforms with these badges on them that say SOC.
The group has a patch they use to identify themselves. He described it as a patch with a shield and a cross.
Remember, they call themselves soldiers of Christ. So it's like, what the fuck is happening here? They were like, okay, you guys need to come down to the police station and we have some questions for you. They did not take, oh, by the way, who was in the house? I'll tell you. There was a mother and a father. And then there were 3 of their sons, 2 in their 20s, one was a teenager, the one that was taking out the trash when they showed up, and then their cousin, and then the eldest son's girlfriend. They take all of them, not the mom or the dad, but all the younger ones, to the police station. And the first person they interview is the eldest son. His name is Junho David Lee. Remember how Eric said that there was a guy called David / Jace was his gamer tag, who helped him with the explosion? So they're like, oh, maybe this is the guy he was talking about. So they ask him, hey, what do you know about Eric and this explosion? And he says Eric is not right in the head. And then he also says the same thing that his mom Mihi said about Sehi, which is that I thought she went back to Korea. She's not in Korea? Oh my God, what happened? Oh, she's dead? What? He was like, the last time I saw her was when she was with Eric and I helped her pack her suitcases and then she left with Eric. Did Eric do something? That was the first time they interviewed David. When they interviewed him a second time, his story changed and he was like, oh, say he was trying to assassinate us. Okay, the one that was 70 pounds was trying to assassinate you guys. Eventually, David would admit that there was this initiation process that people would have to go through if they wanted to join the Soldiers of Christ, and that Sehi was voluntarily, he said, doing the initiation process. Also, in the second interview, once they had more information that they confronted David with, he did admit that Sehi was dead and that he knew she was dead, but he tried to push it on Eric. He was like, well, Eric was the one responsible for her. Eric was the one who found her dead. Like, I don't know what happened. I know that, like, Eric probably knows. The middle son of the parents of that home is Isaac. Okay, his Korean name is Jun Hyung, I think. Jun Hyung Isaac Lee. I'll call him Isaac. He introduced himself to the police as Isaac, and he said,